Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Board of Commissioners meeting for Radnor for Monday, May 23rd. I'll give notice of executive session just held. All commissioners were present where we discussed matters of litigation. And Bob, the first thing up is our certificate of appreciation for first responders for the NCAA men's basketball Final Four and championship game in April 2016. I turn it over to you, Bob.
And Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'd like to be joined up front with Lieutenants Chris Flanagan, Lieutenant Andy Block, our emergency management coordinator, Sergeant George Smith, and the Chief of the Villanova Police and Public Safety, Mr. Dave Tajeski, if they can join me up front.
Please do. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. A couple of months ago, the Villanova men's basketball team literally caught lightning in a bottle, and it was just an incredible experience for everybody in this room, I'm sure, and the entire nation. And you couldn't script a better ending to the way that game ended. It was just a fantastic, phenomenal experience for law enforcement, emergency responders everywhere, and we had a lot of help from the entire police, fire, EMS, and our federal brothers and sisters in the Delaware Valley region. Before we go any further, Jay Wright did send something that we would like to watch. It's about 1.5 minutes long, so I beg your indulgence while Jim Doling keys that up.
Villanova Wildcats, I want to first thank the 700 people on campus, off campus that worked together to ensure that the Villanova students and the Villanova community could enjoy a memorable weekend. When shots were coming back from Houston, we really appreciate all the work everybody put in. But in particular, on behalf of Villanova University, all of our students, our alumni, our administration, I want to thank Radnor Township and Radnor Township Police for partnering with 30 different agencies to put this together at a high level. Our relationship between Villanova University and Radnor Township is very important to us, and Radnor Township, you really came through with flying colors, and you really showed your teamwork with Villanova University in having our Radnor Township Police and our Radnor Township executives put this together so that everyone in Villanova could safely enjoy an incredible, memorable weekend. And I know everybody from Radnor Township joined us also. So on behalf of the 2016 National Champions, we thank you, Radnor Township, and we look forward to working with you more in the future.
I would now like to turn it over to Dave Tajeski. He's the Chief of the Villanova Police and Public Safety Departments.
Thank you, Bill. I just wanted to take a moment to thank the Township and all of the law enforcement, police, fire, EMS partners that are here tonight. We have gone through this planning exercise, obviously, several times in the past, but seeing it all come to fruition, watching folks work together, it was really awe-inspiring that night, the night of the championship win. So again, I want to express my thanks on behalf of the university to everyone who had a part in that.
Thank you, Dave. Andy Block from Radnor Police. Just real briefly, it's a tremendous evening here tonight to recognize everybody that made this a successful event. And part of that is what Chief Tajeski just said is part of it is planning. The other part is the collaboration and the training. And just because our patch says Radnor or it says Philadelphia, or it says Montgomery County, Delaware County, We all train together anymore through collaboration and through the major incident response teams, things of that nature. So each police department knows all the other officers, and knowing that, it makes it a seamless operation when we're out in the field and we have an objective in front of us. So it's not only our local, our county, state, and federal partners, it all comes together and it makes up one team. And that's what we're very thankful for this evening.
Thank you. There's several people. I wish the community could see the wall of public safety behind you. EMS, fire, and police, towing agencies, mainline health, a hospital system, all came together to provide safety, security, and have an enjoyable event. We are very lucky. We will acknowledge each of these people as the program continues, but we're just lucky to have this partnership. Thank you for all the phone calls and 700 emails sent out about that from me. I appreciate it. What we're going to do is we're going to read off one plaque. Nobody had a more or less part in this. We won as a team as far as public safety. Each plaque reads the same, and we will call up each organization to come up, collect their plaque with their group, shake the hands. Line one, Amtrak Police. And I'll read one of them just for you. The Radnor Township Board of Commissioners presents this certificate in recognition of your dedicated support and commitment in assisting with the NCAA men's basketball Final Four and championship game in April 2016. Thank you. Next, the Bryn Mawr Fire Company. If you guys want to get a picture up there, you can. Thank you. Bucks County MERT, and that stands for Major Incident Response Team. We could talk 2 days about what those roles are, but Bucks County MERT. Okay. Central Delaware County SWAT. Delaware County Criminal Investigation Division. And as Chief Ryan comes up for CID, as they're commonly known, he's also the father of one of our new recruits.
Not so new anymore.
Delaware County Emergency Services. Delaware County MERT. Next is the Delaware County Sheriff's Office. Sheriff, thank you very much. Thank you. Easttown Township Police. The Federal Bureau of Investigation. Mainline Health.
Montgomery County, Mert. Montgomery County Sheriff's Office. Chief. Narberth Ambulance. Pennsylvania State Constables. The Pennsylvania State Police. And the captain did report all the horses are okay after their engagement in the championship celebration, so we're very thankful for that. Philadelphia Highway Patrol. Philadelphia Police, Mert. Radnor Ambulance. And Chief McGuire, we also, because we know how important it is to have the ambulance, but we also have one for the firefighters, Radnor Fire Company as well. Radnor Township IT Department. Thank you. Radnor Community Police Organization, our citizen volunteers. And we'll present this to the superintendent and EOC Manager Smith. Our officers performed at a very high level, gave up a lot of different hours, a lot of shift changes, but all of us were equal in this, so we're a unit citation for the Radnor Township Police Department. And the police department is, we need our partners, and that's the Radnor Township Public Works Department.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Steve Norsini, I think you have to.
Thanks, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir. SEPTA Police Department.
George, he's our honorary septic guy.
Tommy's Mainline Towing.
Tommy's much younger than I expected.
Good job. Thank you very much. Tredyffrin Township Police Department. Upper Euclid Township Police Department. Villanova Emergency Medical Services. And Villanova University Public Safety.
By the way, did you see the size of those guys from the Sheriff's Department? Their muscles are almost as big as mine. You just can't tell because I'm wearing a long sleeve shirt, but way to go, guys. At this point, I'm going to turn the mic over to Mr. Bob Zinkowski, our Township Manager.
Thank you very much, Bill. If I can, what I'd like to do is get one picture. If I can ask everybody to come up here, all the agencies, if you come up here for one big photo to see all this organization. So if you come up, and I'll ask the commissioners if you can stand, because I think this would be part of the photo too as well. This is one, to see this event come together while everybody's coming up here. The amount of pre-planning that went into this, the amount of coordination that took place is part of this as well. That went in prior to this, but also to be here during this event. While it took place, this room was transformed into your emergency operations center, where you had televisions in here, you had both screens going, you had live feeds going from campus back to here, you had the intersection, you had different areas here where they were being monitored by cameras, you had radio communications going the entire time. To actually see this all take place is absolutely incredible to see what took place, and this was a coordinated effort here between Villanova University, Radnor Township, and all these different individual organizations. And without the support of the township commissioners here, I want to thank all of them for their support throughout this process here. But these are the folks that made this work. And when you see the minimal amount of incidents that occurred, it was because of all these men and women here, of what they did and how they performed was absolutely incredible for the protection of the residents in this community. Again, a big round of applause for all of them. One more. Great. And if we can, just hold you up here for one more minute. There were 3 individuals that put an awful lot of time into this organization to put this together. There is an awful lot of time that takes place to go through this and put this together. 2 individuals we want to recognize that were out in the field that helped put this all together, but also ran the field operations during this entire operation. We have these little crystals here that actually have a little basketball on top of it with a basketball player on the middle of it, which actually reads, "In recognition of your outstanding performance in protecting our community, the Villanova University NCAA Championship." These go to Sergeant George Smith and Lieutenant Andy Block. And one last one is to the person that kind of oversaw it all. And I tell you, watching that person through the coordination of the events, giving the roll calls, the information that goes out to everyone, to the pre-meetings and everything else, and to that whole event, and that it's the same award. It goes to Lieutenant Chris Flanagan. Chris.
Thank you very much. The T-shirts.
And also, too, we have T-shirts that we'll be giving to each of the individuals that participated in this event. We, in partnership with Villanova University, it has the Villanova Championship, and in the back of it, it lists all the agencies, and also on the back says "Protecting the Champions." So this is one that goes to each of the individuals and those who worked this event. So we'll be getting those shortly. So again, thanks to all of you for what you did. Thank you to all of you as the commissioners. Thank you for your support in this, and to all the staff for all your help. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Bob, thank you very much. And as folks get settled, and as they get settled, I'd like to extend the Board of Commissioners' thanks to all the many organizations and professionals in law enforcement and safety, public safety, for making it a very safe weekend. And also, Bob, we'd like to extend our thanks to you for your staff and your leadership. And Superintendent Colarillo, we'd like to extend our thanks to you as you've done that as well. There's very little that can be said extra, so I'm going to try to say very little extra. And if you allow me 30 seconds of a kind of a human aspect to this, I'll say that at the invitation of Bob Zakowski and Superintendent Colarillo to the commissioners to come on in and view what was happening at the Emergency Operations Center, myself and a couple other commissioners, I know John Nagle was there, and perhaps some of the other commissioners, to view what was happening. And you can't imagine the intense coordination that this took to do, and the willingness of all these folks to participate at every level. And as a sort of a measure of that, I was there for both nights, Saturday and Monday, and just one way to put a picture of that, imagine this. You're all at your homes watching this game. You're watching it, you're going crazy, you're seeing some of the things go back and forth in terms of the leads. And in this center, you could hear a pin drop because these people were so focused on doing their job. They were so focused on keeping the celebrants safe, the residents safe. It was unbelievable. And you could hear on the walkie-talkies going back, the calm, measured talks of what was happening, even as they responded to a couple of minor incidents. There was only one time that they actually broke in and broke that silence. And you can well imagine, it was at the very final shot. As everybody else was, there was a great roar and excitement and a cheer, and 30 seconds later, they went back to work. So thank you very much. It was a very great, strong effort from all of us, and we thank you very much. Thank you. Now, next up on our agenda is a presentation, but before we do, I want to make a housekeeping announcement on the agenda. Motion, or item number B, motion to approve White Dog Restaurant settlement agreement, has been taken off the agenda for tonight. So with that, we want to move on to the presentation of the Forge to Refuge Trail feasibility study. And I'd like to turn it over to Bob Campbell and John Fisher. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm John Fisher, chair of the Forge to Refuge Trail Coalition. You may recall that a couple of years ago, the township applied for 2 grants to fund a feasibility study to look at ways of extending the existing Radnor Trail eastward toward the city of Philadelphia. After receiving both grants, the township sent out an RFP. 3 firms sent in proposals in response to the RFP. The Forge to Refuge Trail Steering Committee then interviewed the 3 firms and selected Campbell Thomas. Campbell Thomas is a Philadelphia architectural firm well known for the many, many trails that it has designed in the greater Philadelphia region and really beyond. Bob Thomas, who's a principal of Campbell Thomas, is here tonight to formally present the feasibility study, which has now been completed. This is the final stage in the completion of the process, is to publicly present the feasibility study to the township as the applicant on the 2 grants. When we started this process several years ago, we had hoped that we could consider using the Route 100 trolley corridor that SEPTA owns as a possible means of connecting the eastern end of the Radnor Trail to the trail in Cobbs Creek at 63rd and Market Street. Unfortunately, SEPTA, because they're still trying to decide how they're going to run a spur line to King of Prussia, denied our request at that point. So the study that Bob's going to outline for you tonight really looks at extending the trail from both ends but not meeting in the middle. We have an extension that takes from the Cobbs Creek Trail well into Haverford Township, so there's several miles to that extension. And also the extension that continues the Radnor Trail to Villanova University. This leaves a significant gap in the middle between Haverford Township and Radnor Township, which we will have to look at the future, but that will be another study down the road. At this point, let me turn the mic over to Bob, who's going to formally present the feasibility study.
Great. Thank you very much, John. And what's the way to get the slideshow on? Let me see. Could you give me a hand?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's on the desktop.
Yep. Try to close it.
Yep.
I don't know how it's going to close.
Well, while that's loading,
Yeah,
what I will say, any luck? No. Okay, good. No, I want to give the township tremendous credit. As you know, the Radnor Trail that's open today opened in 2004 after a long period of discussion and difficulties and other things, but a tremendous amount of support from many people led to a great success. So, as John said, the trail has been very successful, but because it was really a branch of the main Norristown high-speed line route, great, that's it, thank you. It's really quite isolated, and the question was always, what can we do to extend it? You have at your desk a map, which I'll show on the screen in a moment, and we were sitting down one day, a bunch of us who were very much involved with the circuit, which is, of course, the 750-mile-long network of trails in Philadelphia and the 8 surrounding counties, including Delaware and Montgomery, Chester, and we said, wouldn't it be great if the trail could be extended from Radnor through Tredyffrin down to the Chester Valley Trail and on to Valley Forge National Historical Park, as well as the Schuylkill River Trail, and at the other end continue down and tie into the existing trails in Carracung Park and down to Cobbs Creek Park and on to John Heinz National Wildlife Refuge. So what you see is we looked at 2 extensions, and I have to give tremendous credit to the county. Delaware County, because this trail passes through about 15 or 16 municipalities, Delaware County thought it was appropriate to be the applicant. But at the last minute, they couldn't do that, and Radnor stepped up. And this study is in 5 different municipalities, and yet Radnor really took the responsibility of running the project, so you're to be highly commended for that. Let's go on to there we go. So here you see a map of the circuit trails, and we'll focus in the area right around the Radnor Trail, and this is what I was just explaining. Oh, this does work, okay. So here you see, there's Bartram's Garden. This is John Heinz National Wildlife Refuge, the Cobbs Creek Trail, and actually I'm glad to say that this map is out of date because much of this has been completed. But here's the Cobbs Creek Trail going up past Cobbs Creek Golf Course and out into Haverford Township and all the way up. This is the corridor that John's talking about, the 4 miles.
Excuse me, Bob?
Yes.
The people at home won't be able to see your laser pointer. Could you
What's
use
it?
the mouse on the computer?
Oh, certainly.
Sure. That way we could all follow along. Thank you.
Okay, that's easy. We're easily seen. That's
Very
fine.
good. Thank you.
Glad to do it. Yeah, so then what we're looking at is going up here to Villanova, and we studied in detail this section from where the trail ends right now at Milburn, up here through the golf course and out into Haverford Township at Wynwood Road. And then we also studied from Ithan Avenue all the way to the existing Radnor Trail. The Valley Forge Heinz Refuge Trail Committee we just had a very productive meeting with Tredyffrin Township, Sean Moyer, and looking to take advantage of the work they're doing to continue it that way. But let's move ahead. All right, so zooming into this area here, there we go. So these are the various routes that we looked at. Here's the Radnor Trail, which right now comes up to Radnor Chester Road. We looked at several alternatives. The old rail bed that's still there, bridging over the Blue Route, using some of the old rail bed, and then this is the point where the Norristown High Speed Line comes in. And with that very wide right-of-way, we will be talking with SEPTA sometime soon about shared use of the right-of-way, if not the track beds. We also looked in the interim at side paths and analyzed them on both sides of Lancaster Pike, and also some other connections going ways of getting underneath the Blue Route. And one turned out to be a big surprise, and you'll see that in a moment. We also prioritized the work. So this is the existing trail, and this color here is the first priority, and in fact, that's what the township is doing right now. We're preparing our contract to design and see that that all gets constructed down to the Blue Route. Along Lancaster Pike, Lincoln Highway, here's the high school property. You know, there is room, there's already a jogging path. We looked at some side paths. Here's the intersection with Radnor Chester Road where there is a crossing, and of course the walkway that was constructed up to the Radnor Trail. Here it is crossing at Chew Lane and going up to the Radnor Trail. And this is the beginning of the Radnor Trail right now at Radnor Chester Road. As you'll see in our study, we're actually looking at going back. There was a bridge underneath Radnor Chester Road, and we're looking at putting a culvert in at that location so that there would be no, just as in now, there are no grade crossings on the Radnor Trail. And we want to maintain that high standard of safety and connectivity. Of course, this is what people are enjoying today. People have made connections to the trail. And what we're looking at in the future then would be a series of bridges, 2 major bridges to go over the Blue Route. And you might say, my God, how is that possible? Well, if you go out on the Chester Valley Trail, there's a bridge. If you look at Allendale Road, there's a bridge. We just met with the Pennsylvania Real Estate Investment Trust about putting a bridge over the turnpike into the Plymouth Meeting Mall as part of the trail system in Plymouth Township. So this is, what's happening is we're going back and connecting up everything. And now none of those things seem so difficult. And of course, we're looking at extending eastward on the old rail bed and then doing this combined situation. We have a temporary routing around here. Fortunately, when the Blue Route was constructed, large areas were left for side paths or sidewalks. At the old Route 100 bridge, it's pretty crowded and there is a narrow walkway, but you can get underneath on one side. And this was the interesting thing. Brown's Run runs underneath the Blue Route and also some of the ramps. And we were thinking there was a culvert, and all the years, I've been in Radnor Township. I'd never walked up Brown's Run. Well, we did, and discovered there were even streetlights on in this underpass. So this is right where the Biomed property is located. And apparently this was done because there's land in the back that was supposed to be developable, and PennDOT built this at one time. So that was another option. From there, coming out from that underpass, the high school property's here, and we looked at an alternative that went down along the edge of the high school property, and here we are getting near to the Villanova campus right here. And we, of course, had extensive meetings about tying into the development that Villanova is proposing. We had several meetings at different times on that, and also to the SEPTA station. That's the Villanova station. And then we were looking, although SEPTA said that they were not amenable, but now that they know, I've talked with them recently, they know pretty much what they're going to do one way or another in King of Prussia. They said, whatever it is, what will happen down here is pretty much decided. So they said, at least informally, take a look at the rest of our right-of-way. And what you can see here is the property line. Here are the tracks, here's the Villanova station. The property line's way back here. And there's all this space between the utilities and the edge of the property. So it would certainly be possible not to run next to the tracks, but to run way back here, which would be safer and would work just fine. So this is back from the tracks. This is a Philadelphia Electric property near Aldwyn Lane. And this is here you can see the rail bed, which would be very similar to constructing the trail that exists today. It's the same railroad. We would follow similar details. This is the active Norristown high-speed line. That's just an old photo of it at Villanova Junction. And there are bridges missing. This is Sproul Road. We'd have to put a bridge back over this where one used to exist. And this is what the right-of-way looks like today. This is not unlike what we found 15 years ago, laying out the trail where it exists today. It was overgrown, there was dumping, there were encroachments, and all this would be negotiated, in a similar, successful manner in implementing the trail. And this is just the Phase 1 extension. So the Radnor Trail right now comes and has a big ramp up to Radnor-Chester Road. What we proposed and what will be designed now is the removal of that ramp, installing a box culvert underneath Radnor-Chester Road. This has all been reviewed with PennDOT. So the trail would continue at the grade of the railroad, go underneath Radnor-Chester Road, and continue eastward. There would be a connection through Enke Park back up to the walkway, so there's no connectivity lost. If anything, it's gained. And one of the questions was, what happens when you get to the Blue Route? At the moment, just as the Schuylkill River Trail was completed west of Norristown and just ended, but it was ready to make the next step, and that's important. The other thing is, as a user, I see the trail gets very crowded. People are using it for jogging, walking, whatever, so if they have an extra 3/4 of a mile, that'll just give the population that's here and all the people that come to use the trail more space. If they're running, they'll get an extra 1.5 miles by using this part. This is what it looks like today. We're going to need to have that cleared so we can get the survey underway. This is just a exploratory walk that we did. And there you can see the embankment. So it's pretty much there. And then this is where the embankment ends. And in the next phase, we looked at actually making some crossings of this interchange and then continuing east to Villanova. All right, let's take a look down at the other end. Going from the current end of the Cobbs Creek Trail at 63rd and Market out to Haverford. And here you see what we looked at was the trail ends here, and then we looked at a trail. This has all been negotiated with Philadelphia Parks and Recreation, with Haverford Township. We did contact, there's a little tiny piece here in Upper Darby. We've talked with people there. We also worked very closely with people in Milburn who want to see the trail go through their new development and also have a bridge here where one used to exist at the dam, so that the trail, when people come down here, they would have the option of going into Milburn and to all the development are down here. And then out here in Haverford Township, we're looking at an underpass underneath City Avenue, not a grade crossing. And that would bring you up to the Grange and then follow the parkland here up as far as we could go. Just to give you an idea, this is 63rd and Market. This is the route along the edge of the park. the route through the Milburn development, transit-oriented development, and then bridge, and then in and onward. So this is 63rd Street, the edge of the city. This is 63rd and Market. The bike path comes up here, ends right now, but then it would continue, not by crossing the street. It's possible to go across this bridge, wind down, and there was a railroad that ran along Cobb's Creek. The tunnel is still there. It's obviously functioning because over above comes thousands of cars a day and all the trains on the Market Street elevated. That's what it looks like. So it's in good shape, and this would give a great, a grade crossing free trail connection, so you'd be able to go quite a ways. We use a criteria in our office. Yes, we read all the AASHTO and PennDOT manuals, but we say, would you send your 11-year-old daughter to the library on this trail? And we've had, somebody says, wow, it's too expensive to do a bridge. We'll have a grade crossing across City Avenue. And when we say that, they say, build a bridge. So we've shown that. This is the development in Milburn as proposed, and that's the trail that's proposed. There it is going underneath Market Street and then going along the creek, serving all these stores and houses and whatnot, crossing here back into Cobb's Creek Park on the Philadelphia side. That's just the train station in Milburn, which amazingly already has an elevator coming down here to serve the trail. So if you are in Milburn, you can cross for free, take the elevator down and go along the creek. And some people do that to go fishing. But all this area is where Sears used to be. It was all cleared, and all that will be developed. It'll expand things in Milburn, provide transit-oriented development, and all these people will have good access to the trail. This is just a crossing of Cobb's Creek there. This is what the trail looks like today in the park, along the edge of the park. Just some views there. And as you get out of the forest, the Haddington Woods, you get along the edge of Cobb's Creek Golf Course. So here you are, and we've walked all this with the golf course manager and Parks and Recreation. This is the edge of the community. The neighborhood backs up to that. We're along the edge of the golf course. Here you can see just our alignment going down, because we very much wanted to avoid any conflict with the golfing. And this takes you all the way to City Avenue, right here. And this is just showing what the crossings at City Avenue look like. They're really not acceptable. So we would stay on the golf course side and then get down here and do a tunnel underneath City Avenue. And then connect with the SEPTA station. The Grange is right in here, and all the Haverford Township trails. That's Cobb's Creek. This is the kind of thing we're talking about. A culvert or box culvert or underpass underneath the highway. It's all fill. There's no rock outcrop, so we could easily dig down through the fill and put that in. That's just another example. These were done on the East Coast Greenway up in Bucks County. These were horrible crossings of US 13, other highways, and now it's all safe. This is just the train station at Township Line Road. And then you have this woods that's and wetlands that are all along Cobb's Creek out in Delaware County. So we would go through that. There's some trails. This is a bridge. It was a private entrance to the Grange at one time. So this gives very easy access to that wonderful facility and the parkland and other trails up there. There's the Grange Estate entrance. That's the Grange itself. And as we continue up, we'd be in Carracung Park. So, of course, you have the railroad, but you have Carracung Drive, and we would work a multi-use trail into this. It would be very sensitive, because right now it's a wood chip footpath. If you really want to have something that bicycles and people can use, that would be important to come up with a better surface. This is fine right now for walking, but when there's a lot of traffic, you'd really want to get people off the road. That's what some of the trail system looks like. They're wonderful historic sites, Nider Hall. And of course, on Sundays in the warm weather, the road is closed, but that's just one day, one season. And this brings us all the way up to Wynwood Road. And as you get further along, the road gets tighter and tighter. That's the SEPTA station at Beechwood Brookline. Beyond that, it becomes almost impossible to put a trail in. There's a parking lot here, there's a cliff here. This is what the trail deteriorates into, so at that point, we really need to get on the SEPTA rail bed. This is what happens at the train station. So in this area, what you can see was while the road is undesirable, there is open space here. So we would switch over to that. And some of this is owned by the Township of Haverford, and some of it's owned by SEPTA. So there's the trail. And just the last thing was just to give you an idea. We did look at an opinion of probable costs. The first phase in Radnor would be from Radnor-Chester Road to the Blue Route. That's the section that we're working on now, that you just voted on 2 weeks ago. The second phase we suggest would be a connection to Lancaster Avenue, Hillside Drive, Aldwin Lane, basically on-road along Lancaster Pike. The third phase from Aldwin Lane to the Villanova Station, a rail with trail. We'd obviously have to get SEPTA to agree to use some of that right away. And then the last thing would be the bridges over 476, and that would give you the off-road trail, along with other links to the rest of the community. And similarly, we have the work phased going from south to north in the Philadelphia, Milburn, and Haverford Township sections. So that's a quick overview. You have a one-page summary here in map, and I'll be glad to entertain any questions now, or if you have anything else, please feel free to get in touch.
Bob, first of all, thanks very much for that tour. I have a strong sense that you know every inch of those miles that you did, especially evidenced by the fact that you didn't use any notes to tell us exactly where you were. So we appreciate that there. So it sounds like a fantastic study and very ambitious in what you're doing. I'll invite any comments from any of the commissioners.
So I have a question about the, not our part of it, but the Haverford-Milburn.
Yes.
Is there anything underfoot now, like in funding-wise or energy-wise, to get some of that implemented?
Yes. The city of Philadelphia actually owns a big chunk of the park in Haverford Township.
Okay.
That's because the city, back in the 20s, acquired a lot of the watershed, to protect the city's watershed. So Carroll Park is actually a city of Philadelphia park in Haverford Township. So Rob Armstrong, who directs parks and preservation for Parks and Recreation, has this on the list to fund.
Okay.
So there are other projects that are ahead in line, but then completing the Cobbs Creek Trail. Other parts of that Forge to Refuge Trail are going to be under construction this year, further south, the link from Cobbs Creek Park to John Heinz Refuge. Once that's done, then they're going to look to linking all the neighborhoods in Haddington, Milburn, at City Avenue, Overbrook, et cetera, to the trail.
Okay, and then back up to our section.
Oh, and in Haverford, we did make a presentation at the Haverford Trail Summit last year and also this spring. So the folks there are very much aware of this and want to see this happen. So again, this is getting in line. A few years ago, they said we really need to finish the Darby Creek Trail, and so now that is largely put together, the attention is being turned to this trail.
Good.
And having the feasibility study done in which they participated will really help that to occur.
Back to our section, the $2.5 million bridges over I-4. So in other areas where there's an ambitious bridge crossing, or highway crossing like that, does it usually happen in connection with PennDOT work being, done anyway, or is it sometimes a standalone project?
Sometimes it's standalone. As an example, we did a feasibility study to extend the Cross County Trail, which currently comes from Conshohocken and ends at Germantown Pike, which is a PennDOT highway. I think it's only 6 lanes. It feels like 26. And getting over that is a real obstacle. So Montgomery County is looking at that, and they've applied for transportation alternative funding, independent of PennDOT doing any work on Germantown Pike. We did ask PennDOT, do you have anything planned? And they said, not really, but they said, if you're building over us, as long as you're not interfering with any future changes that we might anticipate, go ahead and get started.
Well, thank you. This is a very, very exciting and ambitious plan, and if you got to start somewhere. So we're thrilled to be starting it with the project extending our trail. And hopefully that will spur everyone else on to get started on their sections.
It already has.
Good.
Yeah. Good. Thank you very much. Yes.
I had one.
You mentioned in the very beginning about side paths.
Yes.
Are those paved sidewalks? What are you referring to there?
Okay, the difference between a sidewalk and a side path. Sidewalks tend to be 6 feet, something like that. They're concrete, lots of joints. Typically, a side path is 8 to 10 feet, usually asphalt, for a continuous surface, and appropriate for multi-use. Your sidewalks, when you start having a lot of people bicycling on them and people are walking on them, there usually is a lot of conflict. So a side path would typically be at least 8, sometimes 10 foot in width where possible. And also the other thing you would do is you would try to set it back from the roadway.
But how do they function in reference to the trail?
Well, if the trail, for example, if you were on the Radnor Trail and then you turned off onto what's now basically a sidewalk that goes up Radnor Chester Road to Chew and to Lancaster Pike, if there were a side path put in, for example, on the north side of Lancaster Pike where the jogging path is now for the high school, there's room there to do a 8 to 10 foot path. Your route of travel would simply take you up along the side of, that's why it's a side path of Radnor Chester, then the side of Lancaster Pike.
That's good to hear because we're a fully developed township, almost.
Yes.
And we have totally underdeveloped sidewalk networks.
Yes, this would
And so
function as,
anything that could
this would enhance the sidewalk network, but also really make it safe for pedestrians and bicycles to mix on rollerblades.
And then getting back to the trail, our trail here is macadam or asphalt.
Yes.
What do you envision this very, very long trail to be? What composition?
It would most likely be asphalt because of the large volume of use.
Okay. And most of the drainage would be into, well, some of it would be into woodlands, would it not?
Well, actually, when we did the Radnor Trail, there's a big drain underneath the trail, and we have shoulders on the side that are pervious that allow that water to go down and into that, so it percolates into the ground beneath the trail. And I would imagine, because we worked out all those details with the township and with the county conservation district.
Yeah.
So I would imagine we would use similar details.
Strive for the same thing.
Situation.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Anyone else? No? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Great. Next on our agenda is our consent agenda. This is where we group together items that are generally going to be considered to be a consent agreement. It has to do, the first one is about a disbursement review and approval of 2016-05A and 05B, acceptance of department monthly reports, approval of minutes of the Board of Commissioners meeting April 25th, 2016, the Resolution 2016-62, award of the 2016 Super Pay Resurfacing Program, Resolution 2016-63, authorization of capital purchases, vehicles and equipment, and lastly, Resolution 2016-64, what you just heard, the Forge to Refuge Trail Feasibility Study Approval, which is where we approved that receiving of that study. So first question, any commissioner can remove any item from this, and any citizen or participant in the audience can remove some item for individual discussion. Any commissioners want to pull any items? No? Okay, seeing none. Any participants wish to pull any items? All right. Then I'll accept the motion to accept the consent agenda.
So moved.
And second? From anyone?
Second.
Second, thank you very much. Okay, all approve, any discussion? Very good, all right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thanks, any nay? Okay, approves 7-0, thank you. Next item up is public participation, and this is a part where folks can come on up before the meeting to speak on some items. We might ask that if you are speaking about the Willows, that unless you are not able to stay for the whole meeting, if you would mind, we're going to have plenty of opportunity for discussion of that towards the end, as you can see of the agenda. If you might want to hold it, that's fine, but otherwise, feel free to come on up.
Roberta Winters, I appreciate your indulgence. I do have another meeting to be at. Good evening. I'm president of the League of Women Voters of Radnor Township, for whom I am speaking. I wish to thank you for providing this opportunity. and I would like to focus on the Willows Plan. The League has adopted several longstanding local positions following study and consensus by our members. Those pertinent to the discussion this evening regarding the Willows include land use, recreation programs and facilities, and senior citizens. The League does not support the leasing of the Willows Mansion as such action fails to protect the existing public use of open space and recreational land. It further restricts the use of one of the township's facilities. This is especially important for older residents who may not be able to take advantage of our playgrounds and athletic fields. If leased for an extended period of time, the passive recreational pleasure found at this site with its breathtaking view may no longer be available. Rather than increasing and improving recreational space, the delegation of this asset through public-private partnership decreases the space provided to township residents and erodes access to some areas currently open to all the people. The League encourages the Board of Commissioners not to sell or lease the Willows Mansion, cottage, or grounds near these facilities to any outside group or agency on a long-term basis. They were purchased by the taxpayers and should remain in their hands as valued recreational space. As public assets, they should be controlled and supported by the township. To lease the buildings and some of the surrounding land would be contrary to the two goals of the open space and recreation as found in the comprehensive land use plan for the township. These are to provide for the recreational needs of all township residents through a balanced mix of active and passive recreational facilities and programs, and protect and enhance the character of the township through the acquisition and protection of open space. While the Willows Mansion in its current condition is not available for public use, we encourage residents to visit the site. Take a walk, look around the grounds, and develop your own perspective. Review the data on the website. Share your opinions with your commissioner. At the same time, we urge our commissioners to look at all options that serve to protect and enhance the space, rather than remove this area and its treasured view shed from access by residents on a long-term basis. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Roberta.
Thank you, Doctor. I'm Marty Costello. Tonight I'll be talking about the Radnor Township Parade, which is Memorial Day Parade, which is Monday, May 30th. Starts at exactly 9:45 and travels west to east and ends at the Radnor Township War Memorial, where there will be a service and the reading of the names, 118 of our war dead, by different members of our township. This year's Radnor Township Parade Marshal will be a 2004 graduate of Radnor High School. His name is Brian Nicholson. Brian served in the United States Army from 2005 until 2010, 15 months of which were in Iraq. There's a great story about Brian Nicholson this week in the Suburban and Wayne Times, done by our own Linda Stein. She did a remarkable job, and one of the pictures of Brian while he was stationed in Iraq is Brian is sitting there with, he was a machine gunner, with his huge machine gun holding an Iraq baby back in 2007 or 8. I can't remember the exact date. But Brian is a remarkable human being, and he will be our parade marshal representing all the war dead and all the veterans in this year's parade. Also to mention the ceremony afterwards, I hope a lot of the commissioners can be there. This is a remarkable ceremony, and the reading of the names this year will be done, the World War II part will be done by 3 Radnor High School people. One will be Brian Nicholson, and the other 2 will be done by some of the Radnor High School students who did the research for the Wall of Honor, and which brings us to Thursday night. Thursday night will be the unveiling of the Radnor High School Wall of Honor. This is over 6 or 7 years of research started by St. Catherine's of Siena School. As you remember, in the hallways of this very building, you saw some of the poster boards that these fine students have done under the leadership of David Hickok and Principal Bud Tossi. This was a remarkable, remarkable study of time and energy, bringing back the history of Radnor Township war dead and the history of what these men and women had done throughout the years, including World War I, World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. It's a history of 100 years, from today backwards to World War I. Larry Marshall graduated from Radnor High School in 1966, 50 years ago, and he died in action in Vietnam, May 1st, 1968. 50 years before that, the very first two casualties of war were William Bateman and Mr. Edward Gallagher, who died in the fields of France in 1918. 50 years. And then 50 years and 50, it's 100 years of history that these students have accomplished to bring back to memory. The torch was passed to the Radnor High School students and the teachers, which was started actually by a teacher who taught at Radnor High School in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and early 90s. And he will be present at the unveiling of the Wall of Honor. I was down at the high school last Thursday, and 100 students folded the 57 flags, which will be placed which have been placed in the flag boxes, which will represent each and every one of the war dead from Radnor High School. The words over this wall will be "Lest we forget." And this is going to be an extraordinary unveiling. The students have sat in front of cameras over the past several months, recording the history of these warriors. Today's students telling the stories of the men and women who died in the service of our country, who gives us the freedoms and liberties which we enjoy today. One of them is the ability to come before their commissioners and argue with you and discuss the subjects that keep our township great. They were all brought to us by the men and women who died for us. And I know we have a number of commissioners who served in the military, John, Don, and Jim. I want to thank you for your
And Phil also.
And Bill also.
Phil also.
And I want to thank you for what you did, and of course our treasurer, who also served in the United States Marine Corps. So that is at 5:30, 6 o'clock at the auditorium at Radnor High School this Thursday. And all the money that was raised for this was raised by private donations. Not one nickel of taxpayers' money was used to develop and research this Wall of Honor. And for all those who donated, thank you very, very much. And the kiosk will be attached to the wall. And the kiosk is where you'll be able to go to the wall, research whatever name you wish, from William Bateman to Donald Burris, who was the last one to die. And the present-day students will tell the stories, like I said, of all those 57 who have participated in the wars of our nation and did not come back. I hope as many as possible can make it Thursday night. If you can't, there'll be a grand unveiling for the public on Friday evening, the same time, 6 o'clock, and there'll be a special unveiling for the students of Radnor High School and all the alumni who have participated in this absolutely unbelievable event. Now, you were wondering who that teacher was. It was Mr. Sam Holt. And Sam Holt was the inspiration for this wall. And he asked a tired old vet, when Sam's time at Radnor High School ended, if he could continue his dream. And his dream will come to reality this Thursday at 6 o'clock at night at the auditorium at Radnor High School. For the parade, we have a number of cars available for veterans. We have the World War II car, which will be filled this year, the Korean War car, the Vietnam car, and the Iraq-Afghanistan car. We also have other vehicles for the Army, Navy, Air Force, Coast Guard, and Marines. The Army and Marines are first, and they will be available to any veteran in the area who wishes to sit in them and participate in the parade. I want to thank you for your time, and I want to thank you for your service to our country. And I want to thank everybody, the Board of Commissioners and Bob Zinkowski, for supporting this parade for so many years to honor those who died in the service of our country. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your efforts. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you. God bless you. Be good.
Thank you, Marty. Also want to thank you for your passion and your efforts to fulfill that dream for that high school teacher. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Diane Edbrill. I live in the 2nd Ward, and I'm here tonight about a matter that's really of vital importance to all Americans, and that is the increasing rates of gun violence that all communities across our country are facing. Specifically, I wanted to take some time to talk about a national movement which is going to be recognized on June 2nd of this year. It is National Gun Violence Awareness Day, and sort of the name that this movement has adopted to help increase awareness and to present a united front to oppose, increasing rates of gun violence and to show solidarity for efforts to prevent gun violence is, it's called Wear Orange. And this is a movement that started back in 2013. A young woman was shot and killed. She was the victim, an innocent bystander in crossfire. And in her honor, several of her high school classmates asked everyone to wear orange. And the reason that this was the request is that orange is it symbolizes the value of human life. Hunters wear orange in the woods to protect themselves from gunfire. And so the national movement to prevent gun violence and to raise awareness about preventable gun violence has adopted this color. This is a bag that I have because I didn't have anything orange to wear today, but I brought the bag. And so the people behind this effort, they have a lot of information at their website. The website is called wearorange.org. And they're asking everyone in the United States to wear orange in solidarity with this movement on June 2nd. So I'm here today to ask all of you if it's possible at this short notice to officially recognize June 2nd as National Gun Violence Awareness Day, and to articulate support on the behalf of Radnor Township for efforts to increase awareness and reduce harm from gun violence. In addition, as many people know, there are measures pending in the Pennsylvania General Assembly to reduce rates of gun violence and keep guns out of the wrong hands. And I will be planning to come back before the Board of Commissioners with a formal resolution, but basically what the gun violence prevention organizations across Pennsylvania that are active in the state are seeking to improve background checks. There are lots of gun sales that happen in Pennsylvania without really completely robust, fulsome background checks, and there's a bill pending called House Bill 1010, which is an effort to close loopholes in the background checks, particularly around mental health and long gun sales. And then there's also another bill, House Bill 1020, which would require mandatory reporting in the case of a lost or stolen firearm, which is important to help track guns that move from legal sales to illegal sales to felons and other prohibited people. So I guess my first question to you is, would you consider and be able tonight to officially recognize June 2nd as National Gun Violence Awareness Day and spread the word that people who care about this issue should wear orange on June 2nd in solidarity with this movement? And then secondly, to provide me with a little guidance about who I could talk to on staff about getting a resolution in front of you to formalize Radnor Township support for efforts on the state level to reduce gun violence in the Commonwealth. So is this something you guys can vote on? Can maybe one of the commissioners make a motion or something? I don't know.
Well, I think we can. It might be most appropriate to do it during new business. That's when we would bring up a new resolution. We don't have a meeting between now and June 2nd, so there's not time to advertise a resolution. But I think we can certainly put together a resolution for new business, introduce it, pass it. A more formal resolution that would set forth our desire to get behind the movement, I think we should advertise, but the simple fact of encouraging people to wear orange and educating people about this important date and issue, I think I'd be happy to put forward during new business.
Great. Thank you so much, Commissioner Schaefer. And as I said, for anyone who's watching at home, there's a lot of information at this website. It's wearorange.org. And, our local state-based organization, Ceasefire PA, which many people in our community are involved with, also is a tremendous resource for information on this. And there are a lot of other supporting organizations listed at this Wear Orange website. And thank you so much, Commissioner Schaefer, for stepping up on this really important issue.
Well, I mean, there are others on the dais here that
yes,
are
of course.
in favor of it. I was treasurer of Ceasefire Pennsylvania for about 4 years.
Yes,
as you
yes,
know.
no, I know, Commissioner Higgins.
It is a shame
decades
we don't.
of support
I
for
think
this.
what you said, Elaine, is we don't have a meeting between now and June 2nd.
No.
So we're going to have to find a way, if there's consent on the board, to put something together and get it passed. I suppose by the end of this meeting tonight. I don't know. But we can maybe have a more debate under new business when,
Great. That's an
Elaine
excellent
says.
suggestion. And I didn't mean to overlook your decades of support for the gun violence prevention movement in this country and particularly in Pennsylvania. Thank you very much, Commissioner Higgins.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Annika Walsh. I live in Bryn Mawr, recent Radnor High School graduate last year. I actually just returned from college, and actually on my drive-in, I drove past the Willows like I try to all the time because it was somewhere that I spent my childhood with my grandmother, and she took me there every weekend. It was such a beautiful place to enjoy and made lots of friends there. I've seen plenty of people of all ages throughout my years here in Radnor enjoying that beautiful public space. And I learned that, and on several occasions there's been attempts to sell or lease the property to private owners. And actually, I also learned that the property was originally taken from its owner under eminent domain for specific use as a public space. So I think you need to take that into consideration when you're thinking of leasing it, because I think giving it to any private owner, a small space, the whole park, leasing, selling, whatever you're going to do, that limits the public being able to enjoy it in everyone's own capacity, whether you're walking your dog, you're having a picnic with a friend, you want to take your little brother, like I do, to just sit there and enjoy what's going on outside. And I think you need to consider that any private ownership of a public space limits the public's full enjoyment of that property. And again, it's something that's meant for public space, and I think so much of this township is losing its beautiful public natural space for people to go at any time of day, of any age, to go enjoy it in any capacity that they want. So I just ask that when you look at those things, you think about that and really truly keep it as sole public space for everyone to enjoy in their own capacity. So I just ask you to think about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Dan Skolnick, South Wayne Avenue.
My wife wanted to be here tonight, but we're dealing with a family medical issue, so she couldn't be here tonight. We wanted to express our sincere appreciation to members of the community for their support of the 5th annual Carol H. Axelrod Memorial Blood Drive in Radnor Township, which took place a couple of weeks ago in this room. The blood drive, which we hold in memory of my wife's mother, took place in this room, and over the course of the day, we welcomed 147 prospective donors and collected 138 units of blood. Those blood products will be used to help as many as 414 hospital patients receive needed blood transfusion and products. Many people contributed to the blood drive's success. Some of them are in this room tonight. We would like to thank Mr. Ziankowski, Jennifer DeStefano, Tammy Cohen, Superintendent Colarulo, and everyone at the Township building who helped make sure that the blood donors felt welcome throughout the day. We'd also like to give special thanks to Jim Corcoran and Jim Doling for their help, as well as members of the business community who supported the drive by contributing food, drawing prizes, and items for their gift bags that every donor received. Finally, we'd like to thank everyone who attended the blood drive or helped make the community aware of it, including many of you in front of me. Our blood drive in Radnor Township has grown every year, and it has been a privilege to work with the community on this life-saving effort. And we look forward to continuing to hold our blood drive here in the years to come. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan. You want to say something? Any other public comment?
Good evening. My name is Christina Peroni, and I live on Walnut Avenue. I am here to speak about the Willows. I attended the meeting.
Are we at the Willows at this point?
No, we're not. It's just I'm not staying for the whole meeting.
Okay.
So going back to the Willows, I attended the meeting that the League of Women Voters held. And at that meeting, I learned, again, that the Willows was taken by eminent domain. It was condemned, and there is, I would hope we could put this on the website. There's Ordinance 1537 dated 5/17/73, and it basically says that they're going to acquire the land in its entirety for park, playground, recreational areas, and for the facilities. So it basically says for present and future interests. So I know you're going to have this conversation tonight, and I would ask that there is bipartisan support for maintaining the park and not separating out. I've heard people talk about separating out the building from the park. The building is part of the park, and the premise that the park needs to be able to generate money, I think we're going down the wrong road, because no park generates money. You're spending a lot of money to increase our trails, which is phenomenal because everybody's using our trails. It's forward thinking, it's progressive. The same thing happened in 73 when they condemned this land for our public use. So I would just ask that you consider having bipartisan support, which would be a great example for our country going forward, and to also just not separate the mansion out as a profit center, because that is not the point of the park. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll move on with our agenda. And the first up is committee reports. First is Finance and Audit. And that's me. And the first item A is Q1 Finance Update Report. And Bob and Bill, how would you like to proceed from here?
I think I'll take over. Jim, I've got my monitor plugged in if you want to fire it up. So historically, I've provided monthly reports to the board. The charter requires quarterly, so that's a little bit more strict interpretation of the charter. Plus doing a presentation which was uploaded to the website and then discussing it here tonight adds a little bit more transparency and conversation to the issue. This presentation was done back in early April. It was presented to CARFAC at their April meeting. One reason, because that's part of the charge of CARFAC. The other was to get a sense on the formatting, to make sure the information that was included was useful. And they agreed, so here we are tonight. In future months at the end of a quarter, this will be presented a lot earlier than here in the first meeting or second meeting in May, or the second meeting in the month prior. So hopefully, well, I don't know how many views something has to get online before it becomes viral, but the presentation had 13 coming into tonight's meeting. So I think that's got to be close to viral. I'm not sure, but maybe it'll get a few more after this. So this is a quick look at the general fund, how we're doing at the end of the first quarter, as well as provide a glimpse into what those numbers might look like if they were to continue for the full year. Also take a look at our sanitary and stormwater revenues, since they have a significant impact on how we proceed with those portions of our capital program. At a high-level summary, the general fund revenues have performed strong in the first quarter. The real estate taxes hit their marks. We had one significant timing difference that I'll get into here in a moment. Development revenues were strong in the first quarter, as were recreation. Police enforcement and parking are a little bit behind those expectations, but nothing overly significant. And then the area of the business privilege mercantile tax, those are not due. Those are annual payments, and they're not due, the due date isn't until May 15th, or was May 15th. So as of the date of this report, it was too early to determine if those were on target or not. With regard to the audit, however, there were several large deposits in the first quarter, which put those ahead of expectations. On the expense side, on the aggregate, departmental spending is less than budgeted. We had a mild winter, which not only saved us hundreds of thousands in the highway budget, but it also helped Mr. Norsini's and my relationship for the last few months. So that's good. We have that to work with. Payroll and related costs are slightly below budget, as we would expect at this point. And then there are some large variances in some of the departments that I'll touch on in a moment, but those are the result more of timing differences than actual variances from what our expectations are. So taking a quick look at the total revenues, we budgeted a little over $34 million. Our target would have been about 39%, and that's based on history. At the end of the first quarter this year, we're at 36, which raised some eyebrows, but after digging in a little bit, it turns out that we had a large escrow withholding transaction that typically comes in, or this is all on a cash basis, so it typically hits by March 30th of each year. This year, that deposit came in and on a cash basis didn't get entered in the system until early April. So it threw off the comparables on that. It's a $1.8 million transaction. So at a hard cutoff of March 31st, it looks as though there's a large variance. However, that corrected itself the next day, really. So with regard to that, and this takes into consideration not only real estate taxes, but all of them, based on the numbers, had the $1.8 million been deposited on time, we would be on target. The significant dates looking forward is the real estate taxes are due at the end of May, and the business taxes are due at the middle of May. So as of a March 31st report date, there's still a lot of time for revenues still to come in or not. On the expense side, as we touched on in the summary, the total budget for this year is 33.8. We would expect to be at about 20% at this point of the year. We're at 19. And so that, leading the way on that, it was the mild winter. A couple of the payroll items are less than what we budgeted. And that does count some of the variance, the timing differences that I'll touch on here in a moment. So that variance would be larger to a bigger positive number than just the 1%. So we feel like those numbers look good at this point, and we should meet the full year marks or be below them, actually. Taking a quick look at the net revenues and the cash balance projection for the general fund. So when we adopted the budget, we were anticipating having net revenues, which is general fund revenues minus general fund expenditures. So the net number is positive, roughly $234,000. At this point of the year, or at March 31st, we would expect our net revenues to be around $6.5 million. They were closer to 6.1. Again, it's a negative variance that would not exist had it not been for the timing difference of the real estate tax transaction. So the line graph on the right, or on the screen that just appeared, it represents the general fund's cash balance as we proceed through the year. So we started a little over $8 million. Through the first quarter, as I touched on a moment ago, we expect that to increase as real estate taxes are collected. For the most part, real estate taxes are collected. And then once we get through May, we hit the high water mark for the year because all of the real estate taxes are deposited, and we've passed the May 15th due date for the business taxes. So at that point moving forward, the regular monthly income for the general fund drops off dramatically, and we end up spending that cash balance down to what we project the ending balance to be. So at this point of the year, at the end of the first quarter, we feel as though our projection is on target. And in future quarters, what we'll see here is not only the blue budget line, but we'll see the actual line, because we would expect a little bit more variation as we proceed through the year. Taking a quick look at the real estate taxes. Again, this is being that the first quarter, this is basically the largest revenue source that the township collects. These numbers mirror the total numbers to date. The full year estimate for real estate taxes is 12.4. These, out of all the township revenues, these are the most predictable. At the end of the first quarter, it's almost like clockwork, where 80% of that total comes in. The primary reason is the 2% discount, early payment discount that the state mandates is due at the end of March. So that's what 80% of the folks take advantage of that. The other 20 pay between March and the end of May. This year, again, we had that variance because of the $1.8 million. Had that been deposited in March, the variance there would look positive. The Act 511 taxes are made up of the real estate transfer tax, which comes in monthly based on the prior month's transaction sales. So that is something that the township receives monthly. There is seasonality to that, just the seasonality which mirrors home sales. So we usually see a little bit of a spike in the spring months, and the first quarter is usually a little bit slower. However, the first quarter this year for real estate transfer was slower than normal by about 6%. Also included in this group are the business privilege mercantile tax and the associated audit and recovery dollars. As I touched on at the beginning of the presentation, these aren't due until May or mid-May, or the majority of them. So we would expect at the end of March to be at 14%, and that's exactly where we were. So I put this on the online presentations just to highlight the fact that while we hit the 14%, that's good. It's still only 14%. So really, the real indicator is going to be at the end of this month to determine how those look as on how we project those for the rest of the year. All other general fund revenue, which includes departmental revenue, enforcement from police enforcement, as well as interest, grant revenue, and those types of things, they're all lumped together on this slide. We would expect to be about 18% for that group. However, we're at 23% at the end of the first quarter, a little bit ahead of schedule. And that's the building permit and the building and engineering permitting dollars are stronger than we would have normally expected, and the recreation revenue is strong to date. With the recreation, usually Tammy nails those numbers, so those are more timing differences than an optimistic outlook that those are going to be higher than what we think they are. Just because, again, how accurate Tammy is in her estimates. On the general government, switching gears now to the expense side. General government's made up of these four departments: administration, finance, treasurer, and IT. For the most part, by department, these numbers are in line with what we thought their budget would be. The negative variance in the finance department represents Act 511 legal and audit expenditures in the first quarter that are ahead of where we thought they would be. But there are revenues that correspond with that. So as we receive the revenues, we're paying for higher legal and audit services. The revenues through the first quarter were a little over $200,000. So that we would expect a negative variance there. With the treasurer, again, that's a timing difference on when the postage was posted in March this year versus a little bit later in the year in prior years. The protections to persons and property group is community development, police, our contributions to our fire companies, as well as our emergency operations center. By far, the police is the largest of these departments. The negative variance that you see in the police department, the 556, represents we paid. So within the departments, there's a contribution to OPEB as part of our funding plan. Any new police patrolmen that are hired after January 1 of 2013, we are making those normal costs or pre-funding the OPEB obligation so that the assets are in place upon their retirement so that we are not increasing our unfunded liability on those. So for 2016, we made the OPEB expense in the first quarter, or a portion of the OPEB expense in the first quarter, whereas in prior years that has been a September transaction. We did that, and I'll touch on this in a moment, as a result of a change in accounting on how we're actually paying for those medical premiums. Actually charging those costs against the trust now instead of the general fund. And then we also made a pension expense or an MMO payment in March in 16. And again, that's another expense that we typically do in September when the state aid comes in. And we did that this year because of positive cash flow. We had the funds. And in order to meet the cash flow of the pension benefit payments, instead of calling on investments that are out in the market, we were able to use our own cash flow to make those payments and leave the investments invested. So we're not calling them early or incurring additional fees for cash flow purposes. At the same time, the police had a $110,000 workers' comp settlement that was unbudgeted. Most of that expense over the course of the first quarter and even now is being offset by a vacant police position. So the negative variance there is shrinking every month that position's vacant. And then finally, the EOC, we celebrated the work of all the different folks earlier this evening. The cost associated with that was charged to the Emergency Operations Center Department. We ended at about $234,000, and Villanova has agreed to reimburse that as of the date of this report, and as of tonight, that hasn't come in yet. We expect it. It's not anything that's we're concerned about. It's just in a matter of timing. That has not come in yet. Public Works. This is made up with our building and grounds, solid waste, recycling, our engineering, highway, and mechanics. As I touched on earlier, most all of these departments are showing a positive variance at this point in the year, highway being the largest. Typically at this point in the year, that department is actually over budget as a result of the winters we've had. This year, they're under budget, which is good news. And with regard to building and grounds, in the first quarter of this year, this building, we had several significant HVAC failures that we had to pay out. So that's what's driving that negative $9,700 variance there. If all the mechanicals in this building behave the rest of the year, that might iron itself out. But if history is any indicator, we'll probably be over budget there. Parks and Recreation, this is made up of the Recreation and Community Programming Administration, which also directly oversees the rec programs in the Sulpizio Gym cost centers. And then Public Works oversees the park maintenance and shade trees. All of these departments have a positive variance at this point, which means that they're under budget, which is good news. All other general fund expenditures, this is made up of our library contributions as well as the community organization contributions, which include the Wayne Senior Center, Surrey Services, the Wayne Arts Center, our contributions to the parades, as well as a contribution to the Historical Society. It also accounts for the pass-through of the Comcast franchise to Radnor Studio 21. So that's what makes up community organizations. And then the insurance and retiree benefit, the insurance is self-explanatory. I mean, that's the township's general liability and workers' comp insurance. The retiree benefits is almost entirely the general fund's portion of the OPEB expense. In prior years, prior to having the trust set up, monthly payments would be made out of this cost center for the retiree health benefits. Now those monthly expenses are being paid out of the OPEB trust in a similar fashion that the pension benefits are being made out of the pension trusts. So that the accounting for OPEB is now up and running in a similar fashion as the pension. So the dollar amount, the budget that you see for the retiree benefit and insurance, it's the $3,570,000. That will be made, the expense for that will be made in a lump sum at some point later this year to the OPEB trust fund, and that represents the township's funding for this year's expense for the OPEB. And then the one variance there with the community organizations is a timing difference in a payment that we made in March versus April in prior years. So that's already worked itself out. The other category just represents our expenses for our bond paying agents at $3,600. So leaving the general fund entirely, the sanitary sewer fund, which is Fund 02, these revenues and associated expenses are accounted for in a completely segregated fund and are not part of the general fund. But we do have an amount in our capital program that utilizes these resources. So I wanted to report those bills don't go out until April. So the first quarter really is impossible to tell how we're doing. But with the $5.3 million that we expect to receive this year, it's important to note that a little over $4 million of that goes to our contributions to RHM. And the difference funds the Public Works Sewer Department as well as the capital improvements that go into that infrastructure. RHM is the Radnor, Haverford, Marple Sewer Authority, of which obviously Radnor is a part of, and it pays for our contributions downstream and the ultimate treatment of the sanitary water. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, so we are part of the Radnor, Haverford, Marple Sewer Authority. That $4 million is for conveyance to the Delcora sewage pumping station treatment plant and ultimately to Philadelphia's treatment plant. So it's based on the gallons we actually put into the system.
Thank you, Steve. And then finally, with the stormwater fund, again, these dollars are accounted for completely separate of any other activity. And those bills go out and are collected primarily in January. So we can report that for the 2016 year, the revenues came in as anticipated. And this was the third year of that program. And in each of the years, the revenues have come in exactly as we would have predicted. So the revenues have been strong there. So yeah, that's the real quick look at a very high level. As always, if there are more specific questions, I'll be happy to go into details. Future quarters will include a little bit more of the actual capital side. Right now, capital's presented in terms of numbers, which isn't all that useful. We're trying to figure out a good format to bring that, to make that a little bit more useful. So that'll be included. I'll run it, as I usually do, I'll run it through the CARFAC group first and then present it here. And then finally, I touched a little bit on the unfunded liabilities piece of it. Just as a refresh real quickly, the unfunded liabilities are more of an annual transaction. In terms of our pension and OPEB are annual amounts. We report them as annual dollars in our budget, as well as our audited financial statements, which we'll have a presentation on next month. So it's hard to really break those down into quarterly increments. So we'll continue to report those as part of the budget and as part of so the budget tells us what we think we're going to spend the next year, and the CAFR tells us how we did in the prior year. And that's it. So if there's any more questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Very comprehensive report. And I'll first invite any commissioners if they'd like to have a comment or a question.
I just have a quick question about the changeover for the funding to an OPEB, for OPEB having its own trust, I think you called it. What's the reasoning behind that?
Well, in order for the funding plan to be recognized as a true OPEB funding plan, we had to set up the OPEB structure in a similar fashion as the pension, which are trust funds. So those funds are expensed by the government, the township, into the trust, and the trust itself is obligated to make those benefit payments or to keep and in that case, keep the health care premiums paid up. It's more of a legal and accounting distinction, but in order to recognize that we actually had a funding plan in place and that we are addressing the unfunded liability and get credit for that in terms of our financial statements, we set it up the way we did. And that's why the ordinance was adopted, creating the trust and the fund, and why the funding plan was included as part of it.
But the expenses of our contributions will continue to show in our general fund?
Yes. Yeah, just as the pension expenses do as well.
Right, okay.
But instead of the general fund actually making the payment to, in our case, to Divot for those monthly premiums, the trust is now making those.
So it's just a transfer and then a transfer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I meant when it's more of a legal distinction, an accounting distinction. I mean, it's all part of Radnor Township.
But like some of the other standalone accounts, we never see the money in our general, like the stormwater or the sewer. It sort of operates on its own. This still operates through our general.
Well, maybe an example to help. If we didn't have the stormwater fee, we could still have a stormwater fund. However, to the extent we had projects and expenses that we wanted to dedicate towards stormwater, and if we wanted to account for those separately, it would be a transfer from the general fund to the stormwater fund in a similar sense that we're doing the pension and the OPEB. The difference is the pension and the OPEB are trusts, and those are promises that the township has entered into with employees. The stormwater, sanitary, the other special revenues we have, the K-9, the park impact fees, and some of those, the Park and Open Space Fund, those are still township funds and are reported as township funds, whereas the OPEB and pension are carved off and reported completely separate.
Right.
Bill, the 234 for Villanova, you had told us that number at one point would be considerably less than 234, so elaborate on the difference between the two numbers you gave us.
Yeah, the preliminary number excluded some of the overtime that came in after the fact, so there was a lag in reporting on the overtime front. It took a few weeks to get that caught up, which was part of the hesitation in getting that number out, as we feared that would change, and it did.
Any other questions, comments? Bill, thank you very much for that. I think what you're saying is things are pretty steady on the course as you predicted and as you've budgeted, which is fairly close and tough to do sometimes. So
yeah, and I appreciate that. And I always qualify it with the first quarter of the year being what it is. It's premature to feel really comfortable about it just because the significant deadlines with some of our other major revenues, they haven't hit yet. Really, the next quarter will tell us on the revenue side how we're doing.
great. We really appreciate what you and your staff does to not only come up with these numbers that are fairly close to reality, and that's tough to do, but also to manage it so that they actually come in the way they do. And so with that in mind, I want to thank you for ordering up a mild winter so that we're able to hit some of these financial goals. And I don't want to deflate you, but you had 13 people on your YouTube. I watched you twice, so we're going to have to do a better job promoting you. All right?
I didn't want to say it, but I was 2 of those, and Jim Doling was the other. There was 2 more. So,
well, for those
maybe next quarter it'll really take off.
Well, for those at home who are able to watch that link, I think it's well worth to see it ahead of time, and it's good to see a reprise of that performance tonight. So thanks very much. Next up on our agenda is Public Works and Engineering, Caucus Final Minor Subdivision, Planned Subdivision of Edward F. McKinley III. And who would like to handle that off? Jim?
Yes, this is simply a subdivision to consolidate 6 lots into 3. And it's been thoroughly reviewed by our outside engineer, Gannett Fleming. And I'm wondering, is the applicant here or a representative of the applicant here? Mr. McGinley, please come forward.
This is Kate McGinley. Now Steve Lascelles from GD Sons.
Okay, come up and get to the lectern and introduce yourselves with the microphone's assistant.
I'm Steve Wasillison from GD Hoopman and Son.
And I'm Kate McGinley.
Good evening.
Good evening. I apologize for the plans being wrinkled. I had to fold them up in the rain.
And Mr. Vasilis, you're a professional engineer in Pennsylvania.
I'm a
is that
licensed
right?
surveyor.
Oh, licensed surveyor.
Yes.
Okay.
McGinley's reside at 741 Newtown Road, a 6.5-acre parcel consisting of 6 lots, 6 existing lots. The lots all front on Camp Wood Circle. Of those 6 lots, 3 of the lots are currently non-conforming for lot area in that they're less than 1 acre, and a 4th lot is non-conforming in that it contains a swimming pool, an accessory structure without a primary structure. All we're trying to do at this point in time is to take those 6 lots combine them and create just 3 lots. 1 lot to contain the dwelling and the swimming pool, 1 lot on the east side of the parcel, and 1 lot to the south side of the parcel. So we're eliminating 3 lots. Along with the subdivision, we're eliminating the 4 non-compliant zoning issues that are currently existing. This is just for estate purposes at this point in time. The McGinleys have no intentions of selling the lots or building the lots. They just want to try and get things in order. They've never had intention to build on the 5 additional lots. There were 2 waiver requests on the plan. One was for a lot line not being at right angles or perpendicular to the street. If you look the lot line between lots 1 and 2, we have a little bend in there, an 8-foot bend, and that's to follow an existing condition. On lot number 1, there's a steep bank here that's made with large boulders, and at the top of that is some low-lying shrubs, and behind those shrubs is a tree line. We're simply trying to take that property line and put it between the shrubs and the tree line, so the lower lot would maintain the shrubs and the upper lot would maintain the trees, which is why we asked for a waiver on that particular section. And the second section that we asked a waiver for was locating all the improvements within 500 feet of the property. As I've stated, we have no intentions of building at this time. However, if they wanted, they could possibly submit 5 building permits tomorrow using the 5 existing building lots, which is not what they want to do. They want to get these lots in a nice position, something that fits the neighborhood a little bit better than what they are now.
That waiver is as a result of the current location of the house.
Right.
In relation to the road.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
So you're kind of stuck with that condition?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
And say we're just trying to maintain the existing shrubbery and so forth, so it's easy to see which lot belongs to what.
Is there any issue with the flag lot?
There was an issue on lot number 2.
No, I was asking our folks. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Tonight, Mr. Phillips is not available, but Matt Prusko from Gannett Fleming is here. I'd like to introduce Matt.
Good evening, everybody. No, to my knowledge, there is none from the review we conducted.
That question did come up at the preliminary plan stage, and we reconfigured the lot line out front, and the solicitor and the attorney agreed at that time that this configuration would be fine.
So Lot 3 is not a flag lot?
Lot 3 is considered a flag lot, and we've addressed the setback line for Lot 3. The issue was Lot 3 and Lot 2 at one time was considered. The original configuration, they considered Lot 2 a flag lot also. But we rearranged the frontage, and they've decided it's not a flag lot.
Continue this, then tell us why, and this would be for our staff, why are we allowed to subdivide this and produce a flag lot?
Typically, in the situation like this, for the number of lots they're doing, this would actually be conducted under the administrative review exemption, I believe. So at this point, there's no real improvements being changed. All they're doing is moving lot lines on the property. So the new lot lines being shown are zoning compliant and shouldn't be an issue moving forward.
So it seems to me what I'm hearing is that we're creating a flag lot. I don't carry in my head, the definition of flag lots, and but it seems to me that we are creating a flag lot that is inconsistent with our code. Now, if I'm inaccurate, tell me.
We're actually eliminating flag lots. If you look at the original plan, lots 33, 34, and 37 would be considered flag lots. So we're eliminating 2 of those lots, and we're just going to leave one lot, lot number 3, as a flag lot. Plus, again, 3 of those original lots are non-compliant in terms of lot area.
And that also is an existing interior lot right now, so
I
they're
see that now
maintaining
with
that.
the juxtaposition of 2. Thank you.
Thanks.
And the history here is you have been to our planning commission, have you not?
Yes,
But this is the first time, I believe, you come to our board.
that is correct.
All right, and did you go to any other bodies below us?
No.
Okay.
How about Delaware County? What did they say?
Delaware County has agreed on the approval of this plan in this condition.
All right.
Why are we doing this again? You're saying that this is for estate purposes?
State purposes. They're trying to eliminate, they never had intention to build on all these lots. And Mr. McGinley wants to make sure that when the time comes, which hopefully is a long way down the road, that what's left is what he really desires to happen.
So he can be built
right now
posthumously.
Right now, he has 5 lots that he could sell tomorrow.
Well, you're saying it's non-compliant, though. I'm just, so go through the tie with the estate. What's the desire here?
The desire is to get larger lots, something that would fit the neighborhood a little bit better. He's getting 6 tax bills. He wants to bring that down to 3 tax bills.
And have 3 larger lots for the estate to deal. It would be easier for the estate to deal with 3.
Easier for the estate to, plus all the improvements would be existing on one lot. Right now, the swimming pool is on a separate lot. The house is on a separate lot. So we're trying to bring all the improvements together on one lot, just to clean it up. He'd prefer that in the future, if a house is across the street, that whoever's living in the main house would see one house, not 2 houses. That the lower lot is more for one lot as opposed to 2. Not building up on top of that hill.
I would encourage you to visit the place.
Sure.
We're right across from our Drawson.
Right across from our Johnson, okay. Understand. All right, I think I'll take it back to you. Yes, I would like to approve the application of Edward F. McGinley III to subdivide or consolidate lots 6 into 3 as presented to us on the plans.
So, Jim, point of order, wouldn't we do it by approving resolution 2016-65?
Yes, I think you're right, but my problem is I can't quite find that on this new device we're working with here.
Then Don, would you move that?
Yeah, so I'll move the approval of resolution 2016-65.
Great. Very good. All right, any more board discussion? Any public discussion? Any comment? Great. I'll move the order. Do we call the vote? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
None. Passes
I'm in favor.
Passes 7-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, that's the extent of the Public Works agenda.
Correct. Now we move on to public safety.
All right, I'd like to move for the adoption of ordinance 2016-06, amending the code regarding vehicles and traffic, time limit parking on Glenbrook Avenue.
Second.
Is there any explanation or comment? We learned about this when we introduced it. Do you have any comment? I don't think you were here when we introduced it. Oh, you were? Okay. You ready?
Okay, very good. Then moved and seconded. Any other board comment? Public comment? All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Passes 7-0.
Okay, I'd like to move to adopt ordinance 2016-07, amending the code regarding one-way streets, stop intersections, and parking prohibited on Meredith Avenue.
I'll second that.
Anybody have any comments or?
I have a comment.
Updates?
It's a little misleading in terms of the title of it, because it says parking prohibited on Meredith. What it actually does is opens up a parking space on Meredith. The genesis of this is that we had some traffic conflict on a blind curve there on Meredith coming up from Conestoga, and back in January, one of the residents, after having had their car hit 3 or 4 times as a result of some of those traffic conflicts, asked staff traffic to see what they could do. The recommendation was to make it one-way. They actually went ahead and got the approval of staff traffic with the petitions and all that. But upon further reflection and talking to folks, we wanted to make it a little bit less restrictive than a complete one-way. So we actually made it a partial one-way from Conestoga to Eachus Avenue, which allowed folks from Eachus Avenue and the western end of Meredith to have full contact back, both two-way, going that way. Subsequent to that, not only did they get the petition signed again a second time to pass the muster for that, but we also reached out to folks on adjoining streets on Good Shepherd. I personally visited those folks, probably talked to about half of them, was able to reach them and explain the situation. They were in favor of it, as was the fish market that's on the corner there. And so what we're doing is removing a stop sign at Conestoga, because it's useless. It's really going the other way. They're also removing one of the parking restrictions because by making it one way, it actually opens up that space to be eligible for parking, and there'll be one-way signs placed at the front of at Eachus and Meredith. So the neighbors are all happy. The resulting immediate other neighbors are happy. And the person who started it all off, the Sullivans, I know you're watching. We'll say hi, you guys. And thank you very much for your efforts to do this. So that's my idea. Encourage you to vote for it. Any other comment? Very good. Any public comment? Yet.
Jane Galley, 143 Bar Clayton Road on Bryn Mawr. Just a point of clarification. How are people going to park on Meredith now? Are they going to stay on their same side even though the road's going the other way?
Everything's the same way. Everything's the same on the side.
So they're going to be parking backwards on the road, right?
No, if it's between Conestoga and Eachus, they'll be facing northwest, which is the direction of the traffic.
Okay.
And if they're coming east from Eachus to Lowry's, it's the same as it's always been.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, we also have, at the last commissioners' meeting, it was requested that we have a view of Meredith Avenue. We have that if you'd like us to put it up. It's up to you.
See it? We can have it. If not, no need.
No need?
Okay, great. Great. Thank you for having it available, though, Chief. Thank you. All right, any other public comment? Call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Next up is Personnel Administration. That's me. We have a discussion from the Board of Commissioners on a Willows RFP. And I'd like to give just a little context to that, a little history, why we are at where we are at this point on this question tonight. And essentially, back in April 25th, at our April 25th Board of Commissioners meeting, one of the discussion items was hiring a professional broker to solicit offers for leasing or purchasing the Willows Mansion and a small residential lot under the mansion. I'm reading from the minutes that we just approved. And at that time, Commissioner Booker made a motion to hire a professional broker to solicit offers for leasing and purchasing the Willows Mansion, and in conjunction, and also putting a forecast of public use component with each such use to be considered. It was seconded by Commissioner Clark. And so that discussion continued. We had a vote on that, which did not pass. But at that point, Commissioner Safer made a motion to direct staff to begin the RFP process with drafting an RFP beginning with the last one we had, RFP, but scaling back the ask to be more in line with the lease at the Kreutzberg Center. And that was seconded by Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Curley then discussed that he would like to see in the RFP a paragraph to include a request for concepts and visions from community groups. And that was a discussion followed. Commissioner Schaefer amended her motion. That was called to question, and that passed 7-0. So at that point, subsequent to that, Bob Zinkowski has asked for clarification and to get a clearer consensus on what that means so he can go ahead and direct staff to prepare an appropriate RFP. And he's provided, as you see in the packet, about 6 or 7 questions that relate to that he would like to get a consensus of. And although I don't think we're going to get to answer every single one of these minor questions underneath, kind of following Commissioner Curley's preference for going for the general, not the specific, and let's talk about general terms here, and the specifics will probably fill themselves in. But we would like to consider 4 or 5 or 6 of these major questions that Bob has put forth, and I'd like to get a discussion on the board, and we're certainly going to give ample opportunity afterwards for the public comment so they can add their comments, and then we'll circle back to try to give Bob a consensus. So with that in mind, with your indulgence on that, I'd like to call up the first question, which are, what is the board's goals?
Excuse me, Phil?
Yes, go ahead.
May
Don.
I make a?
Absolutely.
So I think it's premature to address the particulars that Bob has presented to us. I think what we need to do is have still a general discussion, and the 2 specific questions that we have to answer. Do we want the building, its surrounding area, and its site to be predominantly and primarily park and recreation? And do we want the building, its site, and surrounding area to be primarily public in its use? So I think we're divided on that. I think we have to make that determination first. If we make that determination, much of the detail that Bob has asked for becomes irrelevant, because the sort of Bob's request, it was implied that it would go forth in a manner that is much like the manner that the caterer presented or the nursery school presented. So in my opinion, we need to back up from that, and we need to make the determination as to the public use and the public users. And then if we as a group decide that we want to allow the building to be used by commercial entities and be predominantly non-public in its use, then we get into the particulars that Bob has requested. So I don't know if others feel differently, but that's my opinion of we have a big policy issue that we have to decide before we get to the particulars that Bob has asked us.
Okay, that's kind of interesting. I thought we would get to that unearthed as we went through this as a kind of a rubric, but let me ask other commissioners.
Yeah, and I'm just concerned that Bob's, and this isn't against Bob, because he was tasked with this 3 years ago, but essentially as I see it, the things that he has asked for has embedded the answer, meaning the answer is something particular that will allow commercial activity at the site.
Well, I agree with you. The public use discussion is the first thing we have to have, but it's also the first question that he posed. So I mean, whether we call it using his rubric or not, the first question is what kind of public use and access are we looking at? And I think that's what you were saying. That's our threshold decision here. And that's the first question he has listed. So I would submit we start out with that question, since everyone seems to agree that's the threshold.
Any other discussion or comment on that? I'd like to use it as a frame of reference. I think we definitely want to get to the issues you're talking about, Don. This is just one way to do it. If for any reason we do not cover that to your satisfaction, we'll definitely circle back.
Okay, very good. But we're going to get into question. I mean, I'm going to summarize. There were 25 items on Bob's list, and 23 of them are very particular.
Mhm.
So my point wasn't necessarily the order of them. It was if we start talking about the particulars before we talked about the general policy, then I think we've made a mistake.
I agree with you 100%, which is why I tried to hopefully communicate that I did not want to get into the specifics of these little sub-points here, but rather keep to the higher level questions that he has. So how about if we just start with the first two questions? Let's see where we go. If we find that we get bogged down or we want to take another direction, we can certainly go ahead and do that. But first question is, what is the board's goal of an RFP? Which kind of moves on to that, and why don't we start with there, and if you have an answer to that, let's throw it out there and start the discussion.
Well, I'd like to start with where we were about 5 years ago, which was we were looking for a way to preserve the mansion. We had all agreed at that time that the preservation of the mansion was a very important goal. And we were looking for ways to do that in a fashion that didn't burden the taxpayers. But also, we always included a component where we'd still have public access, that it would not interfere with the bulk of the park. And in fact, we went forward with those first RFPs, and the one that we were finally negotiating did include 12 events plus other access. I always felt that was inadequate. I wanted more. But the goal for me remains the same, is find someone, a public-private partnership, who will maintain the building and also put the initial capital into that building to bring it up to usable code levels. And then from that point on, have the maximum public access we can. We're not putting a fence, I'm not proposing that we put a fence up around the building to keep people away or anything like that. So for those people who love the views will still be there. This is my thinking. And that's the way I'd like it to be directed. And a lot of it goes to the revised RFP that we sent out the last time. If you look at that document, it contained all these elements for public use and public access.
Thanks.
Okay, so my sense is I'm not sure we need an RFP at this point. What we need to do is commit to using the building for recreation and commit that the primary and predominant users are public. And then if we make that commitment, then we decide we can either select from the existing ideas that have been presented to us. We could simply put ideas to Park and Rec, or we could come up with our own ideas, or we could issue another RFP. But to me, the main conditions of the RFP would be that the building the use is primarily recreation or park, and the users are primarily and predominantly the public.
Well, that sounds great. I would love to do that too, except that that's really expensive. And I mean, from the numbers that we had from this last go around, I mean, that's hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, plus the investment in the building. And as a refresher, when we did the polling from our community about what to do about this quandary, 65% of the people who answered wanted to save the building. 65% supported exploring private-public partnerships to save the building. But the majority of people did not support paying for it with additional taxes. And so that leaves us in a quandary. If we don't want, I mean, there isn't, an extra $200,000–300,000 a year in the budget. If we're going to take on this responsibility, we've got to own it and pay for it, and that means raising your taxes. Now, maybe things have changed, and maybe people now would be happy to spend $200,000–300,000 a year to make this a fully public facility. That is That's a lot of an investment. It's not a permanent investment on our asset balance sheet, you know, that would be adding to our balance sheet like you get when you buy land. It's an investment in a renovation, really. So at this point, I feel like we're still in the same quandary we were in 4 years ago. We want, many of us, maybe not all, but many of us, the vast majority, want to see us save the building, try to save the building. My goal for this RFP process would be, and I'm going to read this because I thought about it and wrote it down, to find a low-impact use for this building, the building only, plus a small envelope around it, that will enable us to keep the building, maintain the public use of the building and access to the building, and minimize the impact on the surrounding park use, and minimize what taxpayers have to fund. Now, I don't know exactly what that use is. We had found one solution that satisfied all of those demands with the caterer, but that didn't work. My hope is that this time around, if we don't make the demands quite as high as we did, we may find another solution that satisfies those demands. I do not believe having a public-private partnership to save that building will ruin the park. I just don't believe that. We have the exact example of how this can work at Kreuzberg. We have a public-private partnership that maintains that Kreuzberg building. It's a wonderful organization, but it's they have a lease on it. It's not our. You know, we can't just go in there and do willy-nilly. It's restricted public access, technically, because they are the leaseholders. We have never had a single complaint about that ruining that park. It's actually a great use for that park, and they do a great job of keeping up that building. In my view, and maybe there are people who disagree and have just been silent all these years, that is a great public-private partnership that keeps the asset, respects the park, takes the burden off the taxpayers. That's the type of solution I would love to see at the Willows. And I think it can be done. We've done it before, and it works. So I believe we should continue. You know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we will put this RFP out and we will get nothing back. And then we'll go to Plan C. Plan A was the caterer. Plan B is put this RFP out. If we get nothing back, we'll go to Plan C. I don't know what Plan C is, but I'm not ready to give up on trying to save this building. And you know, no one cares about the sanctity of that park more than I do. I am there 4 or 5 times a week, and for anybody who uses a park, you know that, you see me there. I would never pursue a plan that I felt it interfered with the use of that, public use of that park. But we have an asset there that we need to do something about. And this is a thoughtful way, going out for an RFP again is a thoughtful way of giving it one last try to see if we can find that partner out there that's going to satisfy those demands. And I agree with Don. It has to be, I mean, when he says primarily, I don't know exactly what that means, if that's 90% public use or 50% public use. For 4 decades, we've had, you know, private use of it in that people rent it out and it's not public when there's a wedding there. So that situation would be fine with me, even though it's private people using it and if you had some sort of management company using it. I think there are solutions, especially if we don't set up the RFP to demand so much that the use has to be commercial. So that's my piece on what we would look for in an RFP.
Thank you, Elaine. Anybody on that side?
Usually I like to go last, but in this case, I think the ordinance and the deed prescribes specific uses for the Willows, requiring it to be used for public and recreation use. And those requirements need to be fulfilled in any solution that we have. So after review of the situation, I feel that those are the main elements that will need to be adhered to in crafting a solution to this. I would note that the Harford building in Crooksburg Center is available to the public through mainline school night. That is available to the public. And Memorial Field, another similar situation that we have a lease with Agnes Irwin. That field is fully available to the public at a variety of times during the day and during the week. So that is a different situation than what we're considering here. The Willows, the original plan for a caterer that would be open and usable to the public, I think arguably complied with the terms. A separate lease to a single entity for their use, to me, would not comport with the requirement of primarily used for the public and for recreational purposes. So I agree with Don that at this point, an RFP may not be necessary, in that to the extent that we are considering non-public use, there's no need for an RFP. We could develop a plan to keep the building for the public to use at a certain expense or a lesser expense, using the reconstruction that was, for example, that was proffered by one of the residents. So there's a variety of uses, but an RFP may not be required at this time.
Well, we can go on for a long period of time about whether an RFP is the right thing to do or not. We have a serious problem on our hands. We've been thrashing around for 4 years on what to do with this mansion. Contrary to what one member of the audience said, this was not a condemnation. This was not eminent domain. There was a deed in lieu of eminent domain or condemnation, which we don't know the reason for that. It could have been that there was a desire on the part of the seller to avoid a very, very stiff or steep transfer tax. It could have been we had a reluctant seller, and that the only way to get them to move was to pass an ordinance, and we did that, and then we moved ahead. And it was a private transaction. It was not condemnation. So let's just make sure the record reflects that. We have, if you look at the financials on this mansion, we have 5, 6, 8, 10 years of losses. Bill's presentation earlier showed us that at least going back to 2013, we've lost money. We're going to lose $83,000 this year, $84,000 this year, and forecasting for 2017 another $83,000 or so. And we can't continue to pour money into this. We need some help. We have a duty as a government body to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the people. That includes not raising taxes where we can find another solution. It also includes affording our residents opportunities for parks and recreation. So what I envision here is a request for proposals that would allow private bidders, public bidders, nonprofits to come in with a proposal to help us save the Willows by giving us a revenue stream to offset this $83,000 or $84,000 in losses, so that we don't have to continue to have our taxpayers bear that burden. So my objective here is to keep the Willows mansion, to save it. I don't want to save it. I want to keep our taxes from paying for the costs. If we don't do these things, I think we need to move ahead with the RFP. We need to move ahead quickly. We don't want to waste any more time. I hope we pass it tonight. Otherwise, we're going to have on our hands the fall of the House of Usher, and we're all going to be not very happy about that. Thank you.
All right, so I started out, when this question came up, I started out thinking, and I was in the camp with a few others, a minority position, to knock it down and be done with it, that we can't put any more money into it, it's not worth it. And again, I was okay at first blush with knocking the thing down and getting rid of the cost as much as we could, if not altogether. In speaking with people in the community about it, it was clear that that was not what the majority of the public wants. And it led to some very uncomfortable interactions, unfortunately. But it was clear that most people want that mansion to stay. So my thought is that we are okay, I think, as a township, with paying some money towards maintaining it. From what I saw, it costs $75,000 to $80,000 a year, which is less than 1% of our budget. So given how treasured this thing seems to be, I don't think that it's the worst thing in the world to have some carrying costs there. I don't know what the cost will be to renovate it or get it back up to code. That's another question that we have to get into. But I think the question is for everybody, how much are we willing to pay for this each year? How much are we willing to maintain it? And, you know, in talking about this condemnation, my reading of the deed and the ordinance is that this was condemned and this was taken. We can debate it. That's my reading. That's my position. We'll agree to
Let's disagree. have our solicitor.
Let me just address it.
It's all right. It's all right.
And here's the way this worked. When you want to condemn land, you either have to do an ordinance or a resolution. Some townships can do a resolution. This is before the Home Rule Charter was in effect. So this township did an ordinance under the first-class township code, indicating their desire to condemn the property. The reason you do that is so you can file a deed in lieu of condemnation. If you read that provision, this was done in lieu of condemnation. And so there was never, in order to condemn land, you have to file a declaration of taking in common pleas court. And when you do that, that's when you acquire the property with the declaration of taking. You don't even have to do a deed if you really condemn the property. So I have no evidence that that was ever done. I don't believe it was ever done. So even though the Board of Commissioners said we want to condemn it, they cut a deal with the seller and filed a deed in lieu of condemnation because that lets you avoid the transfer tax. When you file a deed in lieu of condemnation, you file the ordinance that the governing body passed or the resolution, and the county will not assess you a transfer tax. That's the only reason it makes sense why they did it this way. So there was never a declaration of taking. I mean, I've never found one. So it's not technically a condemnation. Even though the board said they wanted to condemn it, they never followed through and perfected it.
But
John, I'm sorry.
I was going to say, even if that's correct, there's still an intent there. That this
I
was
agree.
so important that they were willing to go through with it.
Yeah, the ordinance evidences an intent to condemn should there not be an agreement reached that resulted in the deed in lieu.
Rich, my only point is it was never condemned. So
And-
all the
Fair enough,
provisions
fair
under the eminent domain code don't come into effect. However, the ordinance does say that the township intends to acquire this for park and recreational purposes. That's a different legal problem.
Right.
It's not the eminent domain. That's a different legal
So
problem.
it is fair to say then that, you know, the local government has a tremendous capability to use property for the public good, and it used its power to acquire that land for what it perceived to be the public good, which was park and recreation. Is that a fair statement? That nobody would object to that, right?
The ordinance says that.
Yes. So we can disagree over whether it was called condemnation, but we used the our strong power of government to make that a recreational asset.
To acquire
And
it.
what we have to decide is a caterer a recreational asset? Is a school a recreational asset, a nursery school? And my opinion is that they're not recreational assets.
Can I just
nobody
give
will argue
one
with
little
that.
piece of history about intent of the Board of Commissioners in doing that? Right after that happened, they got the land And then they proceeded to enter into 2 agreements of sale to sell the mansion to the Heritage School, whatever that Hilltop School, that fell through, and then to another school, the church, the Church of the Savior. So, you know, if you're going to say their intent was to keep it as public space, as soon as they bought it, they turned around and tried to sell it. So I don't know if that's what that shows.
Yeah, and that's just speculation. I mean, you have no idea what that board wanted to do, and to say that that somehow allows us to take a recreational
No, I'm just making
asset.
the point that they entered into an agreement of
But it's pure
sale.
speculation. Yeah, but it didn't pass. Who knows why it didn't pass? And to speculate that meant that they acquired it with the intent of selling it to a private entity is an inappropriate speculation, as I see it.
I don't see why we're hung up on this at this point. If we can get some proposals that would accommodate continuation of the mansion as a public facility for the use of our residents and our governmental bodies, at the same time as allowing a portion of it to be used as a catering business or a school, then I don't see why we can't try to do that. And you can argue all you want later on that we shouldn't do that, but let's go ahead and see what we get in return from interested members of the public.
Right, so can I just answer to that, because that is certainly that's a reasonable question. Part of the problem is that if we start with a proposal that allows the building to be used in a manner that is inconsistent with recreation, it will be harder for me to fight against that. Meaning I want the building to stay, if we choose to keep the building in whatever form, whether it's the Sarah Pilling idea or, you know, we invest $2 million, the building should remain as a part of the park. It should remain for recreational assets. And what I think you want to do, it's 2 concerns. One is if you bring that in and you set this up and you allow commercial activity to be part of what people will submit, it will be harder for us who want the building to be used in a recreational capacity to make that argument. And then the second one is that we're going to disagree over what's primary and predominant. In the caterer, the majority viewed that as public. Like, I viewed that as we got to use it 12 times a year if we filled out a form. Like, that was not a primary use. So I fear that if we allow you to write the proposal the way you want to write it, which I believe is patently illegal, then we're gonna just have another debate about whether, you know, 12 times a year or 14 times a year or 16 times a year. If your side wins, if we decide that the building should be, it doesn't have to be private and it doesn't have to be recreational, then I think your approach makes sense.
I never said that. I said part of the building. Don, you completely missed the point. Part of the building would be used for private purposes, and part of the building would be used for public purposes. Continuation of what we've
Yes.
had. So I'm not sure why you're not grasping that.
Well, I feel like I am grasping it, Jim. What I feel is the difference is in the let's use the caterer example. There was what I would call almost no public use. Okay, but the board, you know, I voted against it, but the board decided there was enough public use in that. In the St. David's Nursery School proposal, I see significant portions of the building completely out of the public use for 29 years. But the board has indicated that it's agreeable to that. And to me, that's not part, we shouldn't be doing that. And so I don't want to help you get to a point where you can take a sizable amount of the building out of the public use for 29 years.
Well, you're overstating the number of years. We're not talking about the
Well, it was a
nursery.
29-year lease, though, that they proposed on their intent letter was.
No, it is 15 years with options. Options, hold on, please. Options are not binding on it. We can negotiate out. I don't know why we're talking about the nursery school. This is not about the nursery school. This is about an RFP to people that might be a nursery school and might be other people. So I wouldn't use the 29-year specter, and it's not 29 years, it's 15, as an argument against taking any action at all.
Okay. Jim, thanks. I'm going to jump in just for a minute and just, I know, I want to get back to Luke and just give Luke a chance to, I want you to continue. And just also suggest that this isn't about the school. This is about, we're writing a new RFP. What would that look like if that were the case? And let's talk about that to get our wish list together if we so choose.
Right.
Luke?
But I guess, why an RFP, right? I mean, if you ask me, if you were to say to me, what's your definition of public use? It would be open to whoever wants to sign up and use it at different times, right? And it would be managed by the township. And if there would be a nominal cost for usage or whatever it may be, then so be it. But if you ask me what's your definition of public use? That's my definition of public use.
I think the concept, when I raised it on the RFP, was instead of doing a negotiated deal with one private party, at least open it up to others, right? And in any event, it was voted down, but that was the concept. The issue here is, are we going to maintain the public use? And I think that's the key element, that whatever we do, that's what we need to have it. And I'm all for minimizing the cost, but the intent, and I think we are talking about St. David's Nursery School. I think that's really what the issue is. And we don't want to, let's not cloak this with some kind of, it's an objective review. It's not an objective review. There's a move to a certain end, and that's what I want to avoid, that we don't want to have a predefined end and justify it.
Absolutely in agreement, and I'll have to respectfully disagree. I don't think this is about that agreement on the nursery school. This is a complete looking again, which is what we started with last 2 meetings ago. Luke, though, I wonder, could you just expand a little bit about what your definition of public use? You started to give it a good definition of it. I just want you to expand on it, if you would.
I think if you're asking me what public use is, I think it's completely open to Radnor Township residents in line with when other residents have reserved it. But, I think you would talk to the Recreation Department, go online, and coordinate use, and there wouldn't be any restrictions on it. I mean, if you're asking me what public use means, that's what I think public use means. So I think if that's curtailed at all, then I don't think we're talking about complete public use here, and I just don't think that was the intent. So we can argue over the semantics all day. We're lawyers, that's what we do. But I think there was an intent there, and the more I think about this, the more I'm coming in line with that. This is something that we need to save, and I don't think that there's. I don't know. I don't think the cost is that much on an annual basis. Again, I don't know what the renovation cost is. I don't know, but
Luke,
$1 million.
Luke, what is your position about the Kreuzberg? I mean, is that offensive to you, the situation we have there?
There's not a lot that's offensive to me.
And also remember,
I'm
the Kreuzberg
serious.
Center.
I love an answer.
No, it's not offensive to me. No.
Kreuzberg
So
Center.
that situation is
we just
acceptable?
paid, Elaine, $40,000 for the painting for that.
No,
right?
for sure.
So it is leased, and the theory is that it wasn't a burden. But when big expenditures come, we ended up doing a special approval.
Our lease calls for us to make the capital investment.
And well, you could argue that wasn't capital, but that was a maintenance. But the Willows, you're looking at something that could be double, triple, quadruple, those types of numbers.
And I would add that the use at Kreuzberg is a recreational use. I don't think you go to the mainline, you go to the night school as a recreation. So, the two differences, it's a subtle one, it was an inherited thing, meaning so I'm less likely to take stronger positions against an inherited problem. And then the second is that it is a recreational use. So I don't know that the form of the Kreuzberg Center violates the provisions that I want to do, that I want to see for the Willows. I think the two catering facilities violate the provision, and I think the St. David's Nursery School violates the provision. As much as I think that's an honorable institution, I just don't think it's a recreational institution.
How is leasing the Kreuzberg Center to a private, nonprofit 501c3 organization
very good
that educates adults a public use?
Yeah, right, because I see that as recreation. And I saw that as recreation long before it came up in the context of the Willows. Meaning, if like my wife takes yoga classes, it's kind of recreation. You know, like she's not going to get a degree in yoga, you know, or use it for something. It's for fun. And I look at the curriculum of the Kreuzberg Center, and to me it looks like fun. You get to take classes in ukulele and pottery and sculpture and painting. You know, so that's recreation. And if we can use the Willows in a form to support recreation, then I can get behind it. I can't get behind it to support a caterer, and I can't get, as honorable as the school is, I can't get behind it for school because school is not recreation.
Let me add something to this then, Don. I think there's possibly more agreement than you think, and at least overlaps of things. Because one of the things that made it very tough for us to execute these things was that we asked for a lot of money, not just to fix up the place, but to get money on a continuing basis to essentially to make money off of this venture. That was what that last RFP did. And one of the things that we asked about or talked about 2 meetings ago was what would happen if we did not make that ask so hard. What other entities, nonprofit or others, that were not so intensive in their uses of the building would bubble up because we did not ask them to contribute to our revenues, in essence, was what it was. We wanted a positive cash flow out of that. And that was what the old RFP was. So our question was, what would happen if we did not require that? What would happen if we lowered that bar? Who else could come in to be a partner to work with and renovate and upgrade that building? In order to do that, you could also then ask that you have a much greater usage of the public of that. I agree with you in the sense of the caterer situation. 12 times a year is not a very good public use, even a 10% discount. I would agree in that. So how do we get greater public use on it? At the same time, we're not asking for a positive cash flow. We're asking them, much like the Kreuzberg Center perhaps, to have a lease to put into it their own maintenance to continue it once we get this thing rolling. And we would contribute. Look, if we were willing to spend $70,000 a year, or in essence, to continue that as a catering situation, what's to prevent us from saying we could spend $50,000 a year to continue on something else? So we're looking for options. We're looking for ways to see who could partner with us to achieve some of that kind of goal, where, as Elaine said, you have a low-impact use of it because it's in a park. We're not looking to make this Grand Central Station, necessarily. I don't think anybody is. And we're looking to make it so that it only concerns this building, not the use of the park itself, maybe a small envelope about it, but that's it. We're able to keep it, maintain it, and minimize the impact around the subservient and still have it as a public use. We would have major uses of that. What could that look like? How could we write an RFP to make that possible? If that was, what would a nonprofit step up to make that happen, as in the case of the Kreuzberg Center? Would they be able to do that? We don't know. If they might, then that's fine. One thing's for sure is that, you know, the amount of the upgrade that is being proposed is to completely rechange that use. They're putting on another wing, for example. So that, if you're not doing those kinds of things, the upgrade is probably half what they were talking about. So is that possible to do? That's what we're trying to say. Can we come up with a low-impact use? Can we find out a way to find a partner? That's it. We're not trying to make money. We're trying to find a partner that can help us use that building. Right now, it's not being used. Now, are there other options? Yeah, probably we could find out how could we renovate it ourselves. I mean, that's another option, okay? That's not off the table. But in the meantime, can we go ahead and find common ground to see if there is an RFP to find a partner to help that? Who knows what bubbles up on that? That's the question.
Yeah, and the common ground is, yes, I see 7 people willing to do that, as long as the use is recreational and the users are primarily and predominantly public. When we step away from those 2 items, then I can tell you I don't think there's going to be unanimous consent.
Okay.
And I'm not sure where some of you go. Some of you have spoken clearly that you're comfortable with commercial use on the site, and some of us have made it clear that we're not comfortable. So to me, your idea is great as long as we commit to the use is recreational and the users are primarily and predominantly the public.
But what does recreational mean? For example, in the past, that was used for school yearbook signings. It was used for Monte Carlo night for the ABC House. Are they recreational activities?
Yes, and I'm not trying to stop those sort of things.
Well,
and part of why
you're slicing.
No,
Yes, you
I think
are.
I'm doing the opposite. I think I'm staying
How
very
is a
broad.
nursery school, for
I'm staying very
example,
broad.
not recreational in the same sense that adult education is not recreational?
Okay, well,
Nursery schools are
Very
not
good.
required. You don't have to go to a nursery school.
So
I'm just saying, Don, you're not being consistent, in my opinion.
No, I think I am being consistent, and I'm keeping this at a policy level, which is what we should be doing. And the park is for recreation and for the public, and it has to stay that way. And I'm not trying to stand on an ideological pedestal. I'm not going to fight over whether we sign yearbooks at the high school, one night, and that's sort of that. We're not going to have a lawsuit on that. But I am going to resist a 29-year lease to a school. So the proposals that you all have supported, in my view, are so firmly over the line of what is appropriate that we've got to bring that way back. And I'm not trying to get into defining primarily and predominantly tonight, but I'll give an example, okay? The garden at the Willows is a perfect example of the form that will work. The version that preceded that, we had a fence there. That fence was to keep us out, right? We paid somebody to farm it. They built a fence to keep us out. We kind of didn't like that idea. We even thought about we got to get the fence down, and then somebody said, well, why don't we keep the fence for us, and we'll garden it. So that changed. It's primarily and predominantly public, and that's good. So that's the sort of thing that...
I think your example's not valid for several reasons, but let's skip over that. We operated that facility for 30 years, private, independent caterers coming in and folks renting it and having those caterers there. For many years that I was on the Parks Board, that place was rented for revenue rentals 60 times a year. During those periods of time, no public access was available to that building. You could argue that a wedding is recreational or not. We also had public meetings. It was a convenient meeting spot. We had homeowners associations use it. We had the school district use it a lot. And we even ran some recreation programs, although they were limited out of it. During the day, if you went over to that park and walked up to the mansion, you would not be able to go into the mansion. You did not have public access to the mansion. However, if you want to go up there to enjoy that just absolutely beautiful view, you could do that. So I think we have to we're splitting hairs talking about recreation, the building, the park. I haven't heard anyone give me any suggestion as to why we are diminishing the beauty and the availability to the public of the use of that park by doing something with the mansion.
Well, I think we've given you reasons. You've just disagreed with them, which is it's acceptable. That's allowable. That's democracy. But there have been plenty of reasons to find it.
And also, I wouldn't discount carving off a piece of the land and selling it. And I've made that point before. If we really don't want to maintain it and we really can't agree on what public use is, carving it off for single-family residence, to me, is not a terrible alternative. Certainly one that doesn't need to be taken off the table.
Can I just make a suggestion? So we do, I think, have 7 people who would be interested in hearing from potential partners if the use was recreational, if the partner also participated in or offered some sort of recreational offering. So how about we craft the RFP along the lines that we've been talking about, and indicate a preference. Indicate a preference that says, if you have a plan where your use is recreational, your proposal will be preferred. It doesn't preclude other people from putting their ideas forward, but it encourages people who have recreational or some semi-recreational purposes to put their, put their idea forward because they'll get preference. How does that sit with people?
Well, I don't believe it's appropriate for us to take that part of the park and have a non-recreational use there. So it isn't like I'm going to put out an RFP and just say you get preference if you are recreational. I want no commercial, I do not want a commercial activity at the site. And if it costs us money, it costs us money, but it's a park, and to me it's not for commercial activity. And then maybe this is just, we're splitting, this is just the language, but you presented it as like they make a recreational offering. So if Dow Chemical comes in and has a facility, but they put some kind of recreational amenity there, that's not going to be satisfactory either. Using who do we make partnerships with? We make partnership, the purpose, Jim, you've said this many times. We support nonprofits when nonprofits support a public mission, okay? The nursery school and the caterers are not public missions. So in my opinion, we shouldn't be entering into what you're calling a public-private partnership with them. The Boy Scouts, that's a public mission. We enter into agreements with them. Little League, that's a recreational mission that takes over. If they didn't do it, we would. We enter into agreements with them. That's the form of the prospective client. The fundamental difference, as I see it, is that some of you are willing to bring in a commercial entity if that commercial entity can spin off enough cash to save a valuable asset.
No, I know that,
and some of us
are
not willing to bring in the commercial entity. We're only willing to bring in an entity that would be a sort of a nonprofit that has a mission that is part of the township mission.
That's just not fair. None of us are looking to make money on this property. We are all at the point where we want to maintain the building. We've made that really clear tonight.
Okay, but we did issue an RFP that had a considerable cash demand, and
we made it clear that we want to call that back.
Okay,
we've made that very clear.
If that's a transformation, then that's a transformation that I applaud, and I think we have to extend that.
That's where we were 2 meetings ago.
We have to extend that to being the entity that we would be willing to partner with. Has to be a nonprofit whose mission is consistent with the township mission of recreation, not accessory to it.
Mr. President, if I may?
Yes, please.
I'm not sure if the board wants to hear from me yet, or no, or not at all.
Chime in, Bob.
I have a sense we're going to.
Oh, you don't have to.
Please continue.
Maybe just to kind of, I can let the public go first if you'd like before I do. So, I hear things about money and those things. I guess I'll take responsibility. 6 years ago when I came here, one of the things was to look at all the different revenues and how the place operated. The Willows, which I know was not popular, was looked at, and it looked, you had a building that's falling down that needs repair, that needs money. That was clear. Also, you had a building that was never transformed from a residential house to a commercial venue. Doesn't meet any of the codes for commercial use. So those are problematic when you see those. So that's why the attention was brought to that, and that's why we looked at other uses, because it was clear no one was going to raise taxes to be able to invest money into that property. When we talk about money, we hear that, well, it's a revenue, it's all about the money. Well, it wasn't about the money. It was about how are we going to get money to invest back into the Willows property for trails, for roads, for other public improvements, the pond, all of that. So since again, not being able to, or an appetite for raising taxes, you look at how other ways you can generate revenue to be able to do that. So being that we had a wedding and basically an event center that you had there, in which it was tented at times for large events. I know that back through the records, there were calls for loud music that were there. And I'm sure there were probably times where the plants were watered and other things that took place there too as well. And I'm sure there were vehicles that moved in and out of there at times. And I'm sure the neighbors around that area had problems with the events that took place in and around there. And I'm sure there are quite a few that exceeded 150, 200, 300 people for those events. So as part of the RFP, in which it was all taken into, we had a wide array of proposals that were looked at, that were presented publicly to the Parks Board, and then were vetted through the process. And I think that there was a proposal that had come up through Conroy that kind of met a lot of the criteria. Again, I know that there's a question over the legal issue which is being raised now, which I know it's interesting if over the years it's not been raised, or if it has, it was addressed at those times, but I know it's brought up now again. I'm sure I know why, but not sure why it's being, again, re-brought up. I think the discussion should focus on what's factual on the issue here. I know everyone's trying to push their issues of how they want to see this go, how it should be proposed. The issue is when you look at how much are we going to invest in here? You know, the township had the opportunities before to invest into this. We didn't. There are other priorities that were decided that were more important to put money into than the Willows. I think you have another problem that sits huge and looms big, which is at the bottom of the hill, which is the cottage, which again is falling in further disrepair. So you have two items. So we need to focus more, not just on the mansion. I think the cottage has to become part of the conversation, which was also addressed in the RFPs when people proposed that. But we also had a major flooding issue that was there, which the board did address with the bridge, with that being redone. So I think that's going to greatly reduce some of the water impacts to that cottage. But I think you have to look at both of those issues that are coming up. Before I think the board looks at, you know, renovation to the mansion, I don't think you can attach any dollar amount to say it's going to take $1 million to renovate that, $2 million, $3 million, $4 million, $5 million, $100,000, until the board determines what is that use going to look like. If it's public use, what is it going to be? Because right now it's a home. So for public use, right now it's broken up into different rooms. So if you're going to have a public venue there, public space, unless you dislike all the people in your party and say, look, we're going to put this part of the family that I don't like in this room, and I'll put the family I like in this room, which it was in the past, it just doesn't work. There's so many code issues that we have, and then also our code people have been out there looking at it. There's you know, the issues of the home itself. The roof needs to be replaced on this building. You look at the chimney, you look at all those areas around there. The dollar amount's much bigger, and I know that we had looked at the cottage. I think you're probably looking at near $1 million for the cottage, again, to keep that. You've got the roads. So unless there's another revenue stream that we're going to look at to try to invest into this, we're going to have to cut from somewhere else to try to invest those dollars into it. We looked at it administratively as a public-private partnership, and what does that look like? And I think that's where we're looking at the board is what does that level look like? You have Agnes Irwin, that was a significant one, which if I think we rewind the videos back to that, we had these same conversations too about there's too much use. You know, Agnes Irwin's going to dominate. Why are we doing that? And I think if we look at the model, it's very successful right now. But I think we had issues where the parking was going to be crazy over there, that we were going to have all these traffic issues. But I think we ended up with a very good deal. We had a field that was in awful shape, that basically I didn't even realize it was that bad until you actually walk the site and see how bad it was, and now we have it improved. Here you have the Willows, which is a beautiful, serene setting. What is the impact to it? What is the house going to look like, the mansion, if you're going to maintain it? But you're going to have to determine from the board, I think what we're looking for is what is that space going to look like? If you're going to maintain the mansion, what is that public space going to look like? And then is there going to be a staff? Are we going to staff it to show it? Because again, too, there's a lot that's involved from showing it, scheduling it, maintaining it, who's going to clean up, pick up after it. You know, there's a maintenance side of that. So not only the improvements, but the maintenance side of it too, as well. So I think we have to determine what that is. So there's a lot that goes into it. I think we tried to answer that previously to where these were. And now a lot of the questions that we've put in here is trying to get from internally of how we try to assign dollar amounts to that. So I think that's where we kind of look at it from where we are and how we try to correct a lot of these issues. Bill, I don't know if you...
Yeah, if it's okay, just real quick. In terms of context, I actually, going back to CB-FAC and the work that they did back in 2010, one of their recommendations was to cease operating the Willows Mansion at a loss by the end of 11. So that, when we first got here, that's really what set us in that direction to take a look at the accounting and the financials of the facility, which resulted in the report that was included in the package from 2012. Jim, just real quick, two real quick graphs I just want to show. If you could pull my laptop up, well, if I could get on the right screen too. When we talk about annual operating expenses, I didn't get the years, but this year one, or column one, is 2001, and then each subsequent year. So 2001 through 2007 or 8. These were the amount of dollars we were spending annually in the Willows Fund to operate it. And noting that even during that time where we were spending about $120,000 to $140,000 a year, the net position of the Willows was deteriorating or declining. So from 2001 to 2008, is a very obvious trend of the net position or the bottom line for the Willows Mansion was declining. So during those years, we weren't generating enough revenue to support the operations of the facility. We weren't setting any money aside for any kind of capital improvements, and it was losing money. So that suggests that we would have to generate even more than the $120,000 to $140,000 a year to operate it. The only reason why the fund didn't run out of money is beginning in 2009 through 12, the general fund kicked in varying amounts per year to keep it above water. So this goes back to what CB-FAC had recommended at the time, to stop operating at a loss. So, I mean, in terms of context, that's where we started. And then to touch real quickly on the fact that the last proposal required a rent from the user of the facility, that also came from the discussions with CB-FAC in that we have various facilities that we own, that we lease out to different entities, and we don't charge a rent. The Kreuzberg Center is an example of that. And so when the time came that monies were needed for the building, we don't have it. It has to come out of general operating or our general capital program at the cost of something else the township could otherwise do, some sort of other infrastructure improvement. So having a facility that we own generate positive cash flow allows the township to have cash to make those needed repairs on the facility itself, or in this case, we had a rather large request in the first proposal from the caterer, as Bob mentioned, to put back into the park. And if you recall, at the time we had those discussions, which were several years ago, we didn't have that portion of our capital fund, or our capital plan, didn't have funding. So this was a way to generate revenue to help go back into the parks. So when we talk about positive cash flow, we're not talking about it from a sense of trying to build up reserves. We're talking about finding alternative sources of income to pay for improvements that are needed within the parks anyway. So that's it. Those were the 2 points I wanted to touch on.
If I may just add a quick point, I think, so from where I sit on the construction side, my concern is what is it going to cost to bring the mansion up? And if we want to have these uses, whatever those uses are determined by the Board of Commissioners, I think we should know the magnitude of bringing the mansion up to code specific to those uses. We know some of the previous folks that have provided proposals, you're in the $1.5 to $2 million range. But again, that's at their cost. That's not prevailing wage necessarily. That's not the way we do things with design proposals, the sealed bidding that we do. So perhaps when the board gets to the point of knowing the use, since the design is specific to the use, we could go to RFP or choose an architect to provide those services to let us know what those costs would be. And then moving forward, you have an actual number. But I think that number it's definitely a seven-figure number.
Well, I think it's early to go on to what the uses is. That's the purpose of asking out who would fit such and such a criteria. So we'd have to see what came back to be able to fully answer that. But it's good to have some ballparks in mind. I think we might have a little bit of consensus, starting to get it, in terms of the idea of that this must be some kind of, obviously it must be a public, address the public opinions, and have something to do with supporting the mission of the public in a certain way, like the Windsor Room does over in the library. You know, it's a public usage. If half of the people are Radnor residents, anybody can go ahead and use it. That's one of the criteria that they use. That's possibly one way we could use to figure out who would be able to use it on the public side of things, for example, if you're looking for some mechanics to it. On the other hand, too, I think I'm attracted to some of the things that Don is saying, that the usage would have something that fits the public mission of the township, almost like an NGO kind of a situation, where it's private to the extent that it's not a governmental entity. But other than that, you gave some good examples of sports and other types of things where we support that, the Wayne Arts Center, all those kinds of things, and something that fits that bill. Maybe something that we can start to coalesce around or center around, possibly. At this moment, though, I might call for some public opinion, some public comment, just to see the sense from where they are, and maybe we can then circle back to get some sense of where we are, to give Bob, ourselves or Bob, some sense of direction, and maybe we come back and forth a little bit on that. So I'll invite public comment at this point on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Christina Peroni again. A couple things. One, I just heard that Bill White, through his phenomenal management and Mr. Zinkowski's excellent management, we have an extra $200,000 I think we got from not having snowstorms, and there was another $200,000 for some other great thing you did. So we just found $400,000, I think. So let's just keep that in mind. Number two, there are 4 attorneys up here. And you don't need to be an attorney to read this deed. And the deed says, the Board of Commissioners of the Township of Radnor, this is the deed. This is page 319, book 2472. So pretend you're not a lawyer. The Board of Commissioners of the Township of Radnor authorizes the condemnation of said premises, and this deed is intended to be confirmed in lieu of said condemnation. So what they did basically was exactly what he said, but we're splitting hairs. The intent was the taking, and the ordinance says specifically that there was exhaustive inquiry and recommendations and study relative to the desirability of this land to be used as a park, playground, recreational area. So it's not hard to understand the intent is clear. Park, recreation. It also said from our general fund that our biggest expenses, legal expenses, continue to be a concern, a drain on our operating budgets. Well, maybe if we follow our codes and stop violating our own rules where people then have to sue the township, it would be really helpful. Let's just not do that. And let's instead just make it park and recreational. Like Don is saying, if it is park and recreational, or if there is some partnership, and while I love the Tooth Fairy, but a partnership where somebody's going to come in as a nonprofit and say, I'm going to spend $1 million to fix up this building to make it up to code, and oh yeah, you can use it for 100% of the time, it's not that realistic. Maybe, the problem is what Don said, is then you go down the slippery slope of now we're negotiating predominant versus a lot of use versus, so let's just say, are we going to follow what this ordinance said? Or maybe just like a lot of you spent a lot of time working on Ardrossan and raising taxes for Ardrossan. You know, how would you feel if 40 years later, that view shed that you all worked so hard to save, somebody goes, you know what, let's put a parking lot there, because that would be really good to have a parking lot there. And oh well, whatever about the view shed. These people 40 years ago had the foresight, like you guys do on the trail, to say this is important to us. So either we find the money with taxes, or we find the money because we didn't use it on snow, or we don't use the building. The other thing that was infuriating is to see that chart that said we're losing all this money because we haven't been leasing it out. Well, why did we stop leasing it out? You know, I mean, there was tons of money. You notice the bar only went down because we only had to maintain it, but we stopped, even though it was kind of a crappy building, we've all used it before, you know, it still got leased out a lot and you still made some money. So for the last 10 years now, we've made no money on it, or 8 years, we've made nothing on it. So I would say, stick with the main principle, recreational use, like it was supposed to be done, like what was said in the ordinance that was approved. Stick with that, and then we shouldn't have all the other problems. Then we can decide, do we keep the building, not keep the building, what do we want to do with it? But stick with the premise. That's what they did. This is in the deed. Let's be legal and smart and not go and open ourselves up to some silly lawsuit where the only one who makes money are the lawyers. No offense to all the lawyers. Thank you.
I'm not a lawyer, so none taken. Thank you. Welcome.
Joseph Reiser, Villanova. I think I've spoken a bit here before, and I think you know at least my personal opinion, and many of those are our neighbors, and I don't minimize your task at all. However, I must admit I'm continually perplexed on how one goes through this process for 4 years and hasn't resigned by now. I must say that takes a lot of perseverance. But I think when I have reviewed and gotten far too deep into this topic personally, I come up with really two major conclusions of why we are where we are. And the first one is that we started this process 4 years ago on a false premise. And the false premise was that we have to generate funds somehow to support one of our parks. I mean, that's inherent in every one of the proposals that I heard about. And as a result, what I just found out, which was enlightening from the historic budget perspective, as a result, the budget for the Willows, as far as I can tell, was never taken seriously over time. It has been reduced and reduced, and pieces have been taken into other aspects of usage. That occurred in a time when the building, the mansion, et cetera, has continued to deteriorate, and as a result, we are now in a much, much deeper hole if we had taken a decision in retrospect to have a real budget for public use, which has to be supported by our taxes, which is the premise of any public facility. And if that would have happened, I suspect we wouldn't be in this situation. But now we are where we are. But to me, the premise is still the same, or must be the same, that we do not use this park for any private use, just as was stated by Mr. Curley and others. And if we take that as a premise, I think many things could happen. And I'm now even coming around to the point personally that maybe the mansion should be maintained in some way. It's sometimes hard to just push it away. It is a potentially beautiful space and building. But if we took the premise that this is for public use, then I would strongly support an RFP at this point to get those ideas out and get various ideas out that range in various ways in terms of preserving not only the main building but also the cottage. You address one and then the other one completely deteriorates. What do you do then? You're back in the same hole that we've been kind of working in. So to me, an RFP makes sense. I think it should be oriented, restricted to public use options of any kind. And that can include restoring the mansion, it can partially renovating, it can be partially torn down, it can be any use. And we should be specific of the range of options that could be considered. And I think you already heard some of those last Wednesday, I think, when some of those were proposed. So I submit that if we were to do that clearly, I think we will come up with good options that in the end will find a solution. However, the underlying premise should be that the monies spent for that solution has to come by real township budgets or, if you will, nonprofit-related support, which there could be a number of them, and we have some ideas in that regard. The second false assumption, and I submit again to you, and I'm not a lawyer, so please don't put me into that box, even though I have two sons who are lawyers, is the point that was apparently discussed but never perhaps taken as seriously, and that is the legal basis of leasing or potentially selling a public space, the Willows, for any reason. And this question kept coming up in our discussions, and I think Commissioner Booker mentioned it before, and others have mentioned the question, is it legal? So we took it upon ourselves, private funds, to do an independent analysis of that question. And that question and that analysis was done by, we think, a reputable law firm, Reidenbach, right here in Wayne. And instead of giving you a complete brief, which we don't want to complicate this, quite honestly, we simply provided a summary. So I gave this summary. I think it was submitted to Township Manager, and I think all of you have a copy. And I assume this will be entered into the record accordingly, if that's correct. At least, if not, I would submit that it should be entered into the record. It's a document from a legal firm, have done an independent analysis with the conclusion that is fairly clear in terms of this analysis that the property must continue to be used for public purpose and may not be sold or leased for any private purpose. And the supporting elements, some of them have been mentioned in terms of the township ordinances, but also the impact of eminent domain. And again, I'm not trying to get into a legal discussion. The reason I'm raising this point is, again, we think it is a relevant point, and if you come to, let's say that legal opinion is valid, then it immediately moves you into an RFP that's only for public use. It's fairly straightforward at that point. And then you're being forced back into addressing the budget and or support by other nonprofits, et cetera, to help build perhaps a budget or offset a budget to create the end point, which could be, I've shared the passion that you described, Ms. Schaefer, not perhaps the same way to achieve it, but it could end up in a very, very nice outcome. So the last point I make on the RFP, and I think it's pretty important, if you do go forward with an RFP, and if you do not limit the RFP to public options of any kind, but in no way private, I believe you need to qualify the RFP with a statement that says if a public-private proposal is being considered, it is potentially at risk of a legal challenge, unless you resolve the legal question. because it would be disingenuous to ask for a public-private proposal with the potential legal implication that it is not valid or legal to do so. And to me, that's unfortunately intrinsic. You may, with all the lawyers around, you may end up with a conclusion or defend a conclusion that there is no legal basis. But unless that is truly accepted, you have the inherent liability for any public-private proposal that this could be challenged legally and has therefore an overhang of its viability to be ultimately approved. Now, the easy way to get rid of this, stay with the public RFP, and we'd be happy to withdraw our concern, if you will, from a legal point of view. And I think we can go forward and find a good solution, and I believe we will. And I certainly will work as hard as I can, and many of our friends will do so, to come up with the best solution to enhance the park in the best way. And I believe we'll get there. So that's just my comment, and I can officially understand that this will be entered as into the record.
Put it on the website with Willow stuff? Yes. Could you put it on the website, make that public?
Well, I leave it to...
And I think we got legal issues. I don't know that you can put somebody else's legal opinion on the website. So can we just let the staff work that out and use their judgment on that?
Yeah. It is an independent legal analysis done by a law firm.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Anita Gallagher Kelly. I'm a Villanova resident, 24 years living here in Radnor Township. I say God bless each and every one of you. I could not sit here with any regularity. But there was one thing that was said tonight that just rang a bell every time we spoke about money. The first presentation I heard when I came into the room was regarding the trail, over $4 million for the trail. Why don't we take some of that money and take care of what we already have rather than doing something else? And that just seems to be a better use of take care of what we have, as opposed to going forth and creating a lot of new things that we have to take care of, because we'll be facing these same issues with the trail. Thanks.
Thank you.
I just want to we are not spending $4 million on a trail. I don't want that to be out there, because that is a lot of money. That was what was proposed for the whole region.
Well, no, it was out there. It was $2.5 million for the bridges to connect our piece.
And we're not doing that.
But the $4 million wasn't the whole
We didn't
region.
say we're not doing it. It is out there.
I'd like to speak on this topic. I'm fairly knowledgeable as somebody who does sit and listen to you guys. And then I do always, I forget this nice lady's name, but she was so clear, and so was Mr. Reiser. I want to thank him as well and his group from Inverary. My name is Leslie Morgan. I've sat here since the first meeting on the Willows, and I absolutely supported a public-private partnership if it was the caterer, because it was in the same vein that the public or our taxpayers had used it. And so in that it didn't really change the use. We had historically for several decades used it as a party venue, if you will, and people seem to enjoy it, and that's a nice thing. What we didn't realize is that we built this building, which Bob will tell us almost every other meeting, hey, I got space here. He would love to hire a broker and rent the rest of the space, but somehow that hasn't gotten done. But, the space has gotten nicer, too. We now have a sports museum here, and so maybe yearbook signing parties, maybe they'd like to come here. They usually like each other's company much more than the surroundings, but maybe they like the sports. So tonight, I'd like to just touch on that we have been talking about that the allocation of resources and the way that this board votes may not reflect the entire constituency. And I do call into some historical facts where, the Conservancy and many other people showed up for the conditional use meeting, which was long for our Drawson. And it seemed, if you go back 5 years from that, every time that an idea was brought forth to spend money, it had to be saved for our Drawson. We have to save the money for our Drawson, our Drawson, our Drawson, our Drawson. And this is what happens whether you're a company, a government, federally, state, or local, when your eye is so focused on one big thing, and I think that our Drossen may be turning into something that really affects negatively some of our other decisions, and we make poor decisions. So we spent all this money, and then with our Drossen, we were supposed to raise private funds, and it was such an important idea that we were going to raise $1 million, and then it turned out to be $408,000, and then it turned out to be like $125,000, and then I think we lost track, and we haven't gotten $1. So I'm not sure how important an idea it was when it finally got done after 10 years, because the development of the housing on that track absolutely was not conservancy-minded. It wasn't clustered in the middle of it. The houses are from stem to stern, and there was absolute resistance and reluctance from the family and the developer to even put it into conservancy trusts. We didn't get any trails within. We didn't get any protection of assets. So after 10 years, the deal changed, and that's what I feel is happening here. 5 years of discussing the Willows, and it's changed so much that we may end up with a bad deal. And I caution you on that. I don't know what your constituencies want because we haven't taken it to a vote. I think so much time has gone by, we don't know what people want. We know that people don't want tax increases for trails. That wasn't put up for a referendum. And yes, how much debt, Mr. White, was just secured for trails in the township in December of 2015? Could you please pull a round number out so that the audience watching knows that we did spend money, or we have definitely raised taxes and debt because of trails in the last 6 months? Mr. White, what was the number?
Please address the chair.
I'm allowed to address them, but not you. Oh, the chair?
Yes,
You?
yes,
I was told before I could address him, but not you. So what's the protocol?
I don't recall that, but this is a public comment.
We borrowed, Leslie, we borrowed $11 million for a variety of projects. It was about $11 million for a variety of projects.
Well, $11 million for a Drossen, 11.8, but there was a new debt just in December 15th that was the library for $2.5 million, and then Clem-Marcone Park, and then a bunch of trails. And I
Right.
think it was like $2.5, $3 million of trails.
It was 8?
It's 1.4 million for the trails.
Yeah, the park piece was much larger than just Clem-Macron. There are quite a number of parks
Right.
being improved with that.
So
But it is,
we were
it is
told when we
1.4 for the
voted
trails.
that debt in that we could massage the numbers between park projects. I believe that we were told that. So maybe you want to massage some of the millions that your constituencies may want. It's just a thought. Maybe it was misallocated and misexecuted. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Doug McCone. I live on Poplar Avenue. I fully concur with the open access and aspects that Mr. Clark, Mr. Curley, and Mr. Booker all advocate. I can't tell you how that makes me feel at times. We should.
That hurts.
No. I think
we
what you
served
said-
together on the planning commission for
Yes,
6
I know,
years.
and I think your idea of having public access is absolutely crucial. I really mean that. In all honesty, we should have a vision for what we mean when we use the village. We could come to a common vision of how this is supposed to work. And I really do think that we need to do that. That is something we can come to, but the community as a whole could help come to that. Secondly, I think, have we had or have we developed kind of engineering or building evaluation report for this building? Has somebody gone through and done a complete engineering study on the Willows Mansion? If we're not, we should do that. Okay. Now, just as we have business and finance professionals who make up the CARFAC here, there are a lot of people, engineers and architects, who live in Radnor Township. I'm amongst them. Who are professional engineers who might be willing to serve on like a facilities evaluation committee just for this building or something like that, volunteering their time and their efforts to come up with a study group like that. I think that would be a very helpful type of thing. If we don't have something like that already, we probably do have something like that already, but I'm not sure. Once we have an engineering evaluation or study, whether it's already existing or came up something like that, we could issue to the public. It says any architects or groups of people who are interested in coming up with proposals on how we could alter this space to make it into something along the lines of what our vision for the township is, or what the facilities would be. it'd be almost like a nonprofit competition where people just come up and give us ideas. We do this, oddly enough, even the federal government does this at times, okay? There are many professionals who might want to contribute in this way, if nothing else, to get their names and resumes out in front of the public, okay? To me, public use is a critical element. It's public space, it's a public asset, and it should be used for public use. And not to mention the fact that if we do it right, we could ask for all kinds of grants. There are probably grants available for renovation of old. Whether this building constitutes historic, it certainly falls into that category. Okay? Thank you very, very much. And forgive me if I insulted you, Wilfred. I did not intend to.
Me, Doug. I was
do
just kidding
agree.
around.
Even I can't do
Thank you,
it.
Doug.
Thank you.
Good evening, Maya Van Ross. I'm Radnor resident. I live on South Roberts Road. I'm not going to speak to the threat of condemnation because I think that it's been addressed very effectively. I just want to let you know the threat of condemnation, the actual process. I'm dealing with literally hundreds of people right now that are being threatened with condemnation by pipeline companies, and it's a very scary thing. And when you're strong-arming somebody in that way, when you're holding that threat over their heads, you could be for damn sure they think that a deed in lieu of condemnation is the better path forward than being forced into court and having that condemnation proceeding taken against them. Frankly, it's not necessarily factually or legally accurate, but that's the fear. And so the township did very clearly use its authority and its power and hold it over these homeowners, and one way or another use that threat to secure their property. And I don't think that we should minimize that. That's very meaningful. With regards to the process, I think that trying to do an RFP now tonight is premature. Clearly, we need to, as a community, talk about what guidance do we want to use and how we're going to move forward with this property. What criteria do we want to use to determine what is or is not a good use? We need to do that step first. To jump right to an RFP and to try to put it all in legalese for decision making in terms of who and how you're going to cut a deal is putting the cart before the horse. And that's what was done in the past, and that's why I think, one of the reasons why I think that we've had a problem. We need to have the community conversation that lays out the guidance, that lays out the criteria for how we want to use a park and how we're going to engage in decision making, and only after we've gone through that process, then decide, do we want or need an RFP? Because do the guidance and the criteria we have laid out put us on a path where an RFP requesting proposals is appropriate, or perhaps not? Maybe the guidance and the criteria puts us in a place where we recognize we're going to do this fully as a township on our own, and a RFP does not make sense. I heard earlier the question, well, but why don't we just go do an RFP? Why not take that step and see what comes in? Well, you don't take that step for two reasons. One, when you take that step, you open the door to, and it was made very clear that you are opening the door not just to recreational offerings, but to purely private, profit-making entities. You may say now you don't want to accept those because tonight your dialogue is more focused on recreation, but a couple weeks from now when you have this profit-making entity coming in and throwing around dollar figures, well then very clearly you start to open up the door and grease the wheels to suddenly quickly slide down that path, and that's part of the problems of the past. So one, you don't do it because you're opening a door that you may not want to open, and that creates problems in and of itself. And two, it takes time, and it takes money, and it takes resources. It takes your time. It takes our time. It takes their time. It takes John Rice's time. These are expenses. These are out-of-pocket expenses. Why spend the money to create another RFP before you've developed the criteria and the guidance for what you want to actually do on the property, and have determined whether or not that's an investment that you want to make? Right? So why not potentially save the money? And I think after you go through the public process, it's going to be clear that you don't want an RFP, or if you decide you do want an RFP, it's going to be very clear what you want included in the RFP, and so then the investment is worthwhile. I do just want to say that I think that Don very effectively characterized what is a good recreational public use. I don't think there was any wavering at all. I think that you were very clear, and as you said, at every point, there was no point where I saw a discrepancy in the stance that you were taking. And so I think anybody who let that conversation or let that definition go by them because they were otherwise engaged up there on the dais, go back and look at the video and hear what Don had to say, because I think it was very clear. If the township, for the township to make the investment to maintain the willows for recreational and public use, for the township to make that investment, yes, it will cost money. Absolutely, it will cost money. It will be an investment. And it is an investment that will bring significant benefit. Now, maybe some of the benefit will be dollar figures because you'll restore the Willows Mansion so you can get some more income from that. So you might have some dollar figures, but a lot of the benefit that you're going to get from that investment is going to be not in dollars, at least not dollars that you're going to have on the graph and the chart up there, but it's going to be in free recreational opportunities and free physical fitness opportunities, and free access and play to nature for kids and for families. It's going to be the health benefits that come from all of this outdoor activity that does take place at our public parks, including at the Willows. It's going to be money saved in terms of pollution avoided and downstream flooding and flood damages avoided because you've maintained this area as a park, hopefully in a better condition than it's maintained now ecologically. But those are savings that come from maintaining the park. Investing in protecting the Willows as a public park is going to result in increased property values and increased for the homes in Radnor Township and the marketability of the homes in Radnor Township, because it makes people want to come to Radnor Township and live here. So yes, it's an investment. Yes, it will cost money. It is an investment that will yield economic benefits. Some of those will be dollars handed over to the township, and some of those will be these other forms that we recognize value. I think it is very, very important that it was not that long ago that many of you up on the dais were advocating for gobs of money to be used to purchase our Drawson. I thought it was a great investment, right? It was, what, 11.6, 11.8. Sorry if gobs isn't technical enough. But the arguments that were used were that we should make that investment in preserving our Drawson because open space preservation has value. It has recreational value. It has health value. It has physical fitness value. It has aesthetic value. It has property value benefits. It has, therefore, tax benefits. It has all sorts of benefits to the township. It has all sorts of values for the township, and therefore we should invest $11+ million in purchasing our Drawson for preservation. And we've just heard more dollar figures about the recognition of the importance and the appropriateness of investing in our public open spaces, our Radnor trails, because that has value. Some of that value is dollars that are turned over. Some of that value is characterized in different ways, but they're big values that come back to our community and are worthy of tens of millions of dollars of investment. And you advocated for it. Yes, Jim, I'm going to keep talking because I had to listen to you all night and I had to listen to all these people.
Just continue, please.
Respectful. Other people want to speak.
I've been very respectful, and in fact, if you were looking at the clock, I don't think I've taken any more or less time than anybody else, Jim, and I think that you've been wholly inappropriate. No, excuse me, you're no longer the chair.
Point of order, that's not, I mean, it's Phil's job to maintain the decorum. If she exceeded her time, Phil will point that out.
Okay. Just for reference, you're about at the time, so, you know.
Thank you very much, Mr. R. So anyway, we recognize that there's incredible value in investing in our public lands. And that's what we're talking about here when it comes to the Willows. We're talking about whether or not to make an investment in the Willows as a township, as a municipality, or whether to not make that investment so we can cut off all of these benefits for Radnor Township residents and hand those benefits in some other form or way to somebody else. to some private entity. And I would suggest that Memorial Field is not an example of success. Memorial Field and the selling off of Memorial Field in such large proportions to Agnes Irwin is a huge failure. It's a huge failure because Radnor residents lost access to that park that they valued. They are greatly diminished and limited in their ability to partake of that park, and those who now want to participate in activities at Memorial Field are forced to subject themselves to the adverse health effects of crumb rubber artificial turf, which are significant, and we are learning more and more about that every day. So I don't see Memorial Field as a success. I see it as a failure, and I think if we do the same thing with the Willows that we did with Memorial Field, we are not just continuing a very bad precedent already set here in Radnor Township, but we are just sliding down the slippery slope, and we might as well give it all away because you all want dollars in your pockets rather than the values that we get from our public open lands.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maya.
Thank you, thank you.
Just for clarification, I believe the public, I've seen the public out on those fields a lot, and actually even the businesses over from Brandywine coming across at lunchtime using those, which I've never seen that usage before. So I think there's probably more public access to those fields now.
Well, what
than
I would
before,
say,
so I think that's great. I think it's been great.
I would say I agree with Maya, and my constituents did fight that in court, but we did not succeed in that, and it was so.
But they fought it on false pretenses, though.
But I raise it as there is some public use at least you can use it.
Well, I think that, but primary use, though, is not accurate because when you look at all the sports groups and organizations, that's public.
We're talking about the Willows.
Oh, we are, but I just want to make sure we're talking factual and not talking on misleading stuff. But
all right,
well, we can do that, but also too, I agree, and not with the personal attacks.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Maya. Thank you, folks. Very good. So, is there any other public comment? No, you've already spoken, sir.
I just asked for a point of clarification on how.
Microphone.
Yeah, sorry, Joseph Reiser, Villanova. I just wanted to get a point of clarification on entering our legal analysis into the record, and I don't think we answered that question. And so if you ask me to read it into the record, I'm happy to do so. I was trying to avoid that.
Phil, my sense is that he can just present it to staff.
We have it.
And
we have it.
Bob, he can present it to you.
Yes, it was sent to me. I have it.
And if you can make it public, my sense is you would make. If you can't, then to me, that's a staff decision as I see it. Anybody disagree?
No, I think staff will take it under advisement.
No, I think we should make it public. We have it. I'll make it public.
But let them, they know we want it to, if John uncovers a reason why it can't be public, he will tell us.
Right.
But in the absence of that, they'll find a way to put it on the web or something like that.
If people make a request, it'll be released.
Okay.
I mean, otherwise, I'll be happy to read it into
Well,
the record, which I'm trying to avoid.
Well, unfortunately, you've already spoken tonight on this, so.
Okay.
Okay? But thank you.
We don't need to read it in the record. We'll make this. I will personally make this public on my.
Can you trust us on this? We will make sure that it's available. Okay. It doesn't need to be read into the record.
My name's Georgette McCauley. I live in Villanova. So my question is this. Will this be part of the minutes of the meeting? If we read it, it will be part of the minutes and available.
No. The fact that you make a comment about it will be reflected in the minutes. It's not verbatim.
Yeah,
it's not the congressional record.
There's no requirement that things get read into the record, and minutes are a summary of what all the public comments have been. So the minutes will reflect that gentleman talked about the legal opinion from counsel, the date of the letter, but it doesn't get read in. Doesn't get, other than you want to read it in, it doesn't have to be, and typically does not get read in.
Okay.
I'll request that we attach it to the reference it, and we attach it to the minutes.
That'll be fine. Thank you.
That's easy enough and common enough, so when the time comes, we can
Right,
take
it'll
that
come back,
action.
it'll come back to you with the minutes to be approved. At the next meeting, you can decide
Yes.
whether to do that then.
And everyone can be assured that if you want the document, all you have
Yeah,
to do is
it's-
ask. And you don't have to submit a right to know. If you submit an email, correct, we'll give it to you.
It's not, they have it. What they want in the record is that their council says we can't sell that building.
That's exactly
Right?
correct.
That's what this says.
That will
and-
be in the we can put that in the record. That can be essentially that the minutes will reflect that Mr. Reiser came and indicated that he hired counsel, and his counsel indicated that it is illegal to transfer the facility to a private entity. That's a record of an action. But it would be inconsistent for us to put to put the entire document in the minutes.
As long as the opinion of the document is reflected in the minutes, we're comfortable with that. Otherwise,
think we
you
gotta-
can-
Right.
we can
I think
read
you're
it in 2 weeks.
Jennifer's going to make some copies now and have them available on the back table, so she's going to make some copies now. And then if anybody would like a copy, all you got to do is get a hold of me. Send me an email with that, we'll get you a copy.
Thank you, Don, or thank you.
And they
Bob.
have a copy. They.
Very good. Okay.
Hey, I'd like to make a few comments. John Osborne, the treasurer. There are municipalities around here who have entered into public-private partnerships in the same areas that we're talking about here. We have Springfield Township. Theirs is a massive project. I don't think we need something like that. It's a golf course. It's a banquet facility, restaurant, and it was so successful that they leased out land next to it where they have built a courtyard. And at some point, that courtyard will belong to Springfield Township. You also have Paxton Hollow. That's, I think, Marple Township. It's a golf course. It's a restaurant and banquet facility. And I can remember years ago, my wife and I went to Restaurant in the Park, I think it was called, at Bellevue State Park in Delaware. It's a mansion that was a DuPont mansion, and it's a restaurant. I wouldn't be against public-private partnerships. I think maybe we should just lease it out to a restaurant operator. It would be a high-end restaurant, great site. We don't have anything like that. It's like dining along Lancaster Pike. That's pretty plain vanilla. It would be a spectacular place. But we have already experienced the township taking over the cottage at the Willows. That's been a total failure. And it was always going to be for public use. And it never came to anything. The people who were all into it don't seem to have any interest in it anymore. And a lot of money was spent on it, and it's nowhere. If we stayed, I'm saying, let someone come in and operate it just like we always operate it. That way we won't have to employ the manager and someone to watch the property, and we'll get a lot of the repairs done. I think being against a public-private partnership is short-sighted. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, John. All right, see other comment? No? Okay. Let's go back to the board for a moment.
Phil, if I may, before you go back to the board.
Yep.
Just wrap up. It's interesting, the comments, I know this was something I shared with Bill. 6 years ago, we talked about financial issues, and it's interesting kind of the change of where, we were tight on monies and people were saying not to spend money, and now we hear a difference where now we've got money, so let's now look to invest and spend some of those money. So it's interesting from our perspective to kind of see that, because when you had tax anticipation notes that were being sold before, now you're in a better financial position, now spend it. So the concern is that we don't get carried into those types of situations. And you go back to when John Osborne and Christina, when you look back in 2009 and uncover some of the issues there when, we're using money from the sewer fund to do things and which weren't appropriate. And then, the construction of this building in which we used a third of it for $17 million, those types of things. It just, from us, we look at, cautioning that we don't go that way. either to spend those kind of dollars. So I think it's just one of those things that, we've heard too, that, when the bond issues, when we passed those for the different park improvements, we barely passed our 2016 budget when we had those included in there. So that was a narrowly passed budget. So I just want to caution of how much we spend, how we spend it, that there's a plan of what the focus is going to be on that. And I think that's something that, we want to look at the board, for that, just to have that in the back of our mind, because there's been a lot of work with this board, as well as the staff, to try to make sure, the financial position, we've improved it, we've made it better. That now, because we've got extra dollars in that are there, that we know we've increased by car factor recommendations, to increase that bar, the level of what we have in reserves, to make sure that for those rainy days, or because the economy is not going to continue as it is. We know that there's probably going to be some hiccups or bumps that we're buffered in that type of position too as well, for that. So I just wanted to make sure the board was aware of that. And two is my comments in regards to a personal attack. I wasn't referring to you. And that it was a global of previous things, so I just want to make sure it wasn't addressed to you. So, thanks.
Thank you, Bob. Let's go back to the board for a minute, just for some
Okay, so
ideas on it.
I'll present just two or three follow-up items, and then I'll present a plan that I think might, consistent with your request or the ideas you identified, that might be supported by the board.
All right, Don, let's listen.
So, in comment, 5-year loss is a call to action to stop operating it at a loss, isn't necessarily a call to action to hire a commercial entity. So there are things that we can do with it. There are ways that we can operate it not at a loss, and not have it commercialized and still have it open to the public. So the idea that Sarah and Rick presented to me seems like a way to do it, and certainly it deserves consideration. And my gut tells me that won't cost much money. It would be a one-time expense, and then it would it's offset by, if we're currently spending $75,000 a year on it, some of that one-time expense is offset by the ongoing $75,000. I do want to push back against, the argument that, and even Bob, in your implication, that we were a $27 million entity in 2009. We're a $41 million entity now. There was a heavenly host of money spent. The issue is that the building wasn't a priority. So I said that last time. It's not an issue of there's not enough money. It's that there's not enough priority for the building. So, and then last is the point of the reasonable alternatives. So as I see it, if you all want an RFP, I can see going to an RFP as long as it has the two provisions that the use shall be primarily and predominantly recreational or park. The users shall be primarily and predominantly public. My sense is we got to target a 10-year solution just so that we're not back at this in a year. I want to make it clear that we're not limiting this to a public-private partnership, meaning we're open to it, but we will spend anywhere from 0 to 100%, meaning if there's an idea that costs money, that's a taxpayer idea, and it's all on the township, I want to hear that idea also. As I see it, we want to target a solution or a decision September, October, so that if we decide we need to budget it, we can budget it November, December. And then what I would say we do is I'm comfortable that if we agreed to that concept, that Phil and Luke could work on it, could develop a draft RFP and bring that back to us in 30 days, and then we could decide if we were going to issue that RFP. In the meantime, I think we owe St. David's Nursery School an answer, because the schedule that I saw them submit has a decision being made by July, or excuse me, even by June, I think, for us. And there's no way that I see us making a decision by June that keeps them on the schedule that they need to be on. So as I see it, 2 decisions tonight. Are you willing to support those items that I just identified, and what kind of answer are we going to get to St. David's Nursery School?
Okay.
I'm willing to support those concepts. I am not enthusiastic about the 100% on the township, so that's.
Yes, just keep in mind that that 100% can be a small amount of money, meaning that there are options out there. Not all the options were expensive options. We had that meeting, and there were options that were relatively inexpensive. Leslie, I'm going to borrow, you said it was a rounding error for one of those options. Yeah, so I don't see myself as an advocate for investing millions to get back to the status quo of 7 or 8 years ago. But I do believe that the low expense options that were presented and have been presented are worth a very good look.
I would support your thoughts, pretty much all of them, except that, first of all, I'd rather have our professional staff put together the RFP with input from Phil and Luke if they want to give it, or from what they hear tonight. I don't want to use the language predominantly or primarily. I don't think it's that helpful. I think significant, or we can talk details about what that would mean. For instance, I'll just give you an example. In my opinion, significant public use is the entire first floor and access to the entire first floor. A significant amount of the year. Is that predominantly? You know, I don't want to preclude, have people not put in a bid because they feel like it has to be all public use. I do not believe it has to be 100% public use. I think there are compatible uses where we will get everything we need out of that building, more than we've ever had, because the building would be improved. And there could also be a coexisting use of some nonprofit or some other organization. Just like we have at Kreuzberg. I hate to keep bringing it up, but that is how it works. You can have a perfectly legitimate and wonderful coexisting use and not have predominant public access all the time.
I would call that primarily and predominantly public.
It's not public. You have to sign up to, you cannot, the township cannot go into that township cannot go into that building and use it at their leisure. We are not the leaseholders. And that is what I'm talking about. A tenant who would coexist with our use. And who knows, maybe that is not out there. But we found it in that location. So the long and short of it is, I support what Don just proposed going forward. I think we need to be a little careful about crafting it to sound like we only want all public use. That would preclude somebody like the mainline school night from coming in.
The language of primary and predominantly, by definition, means not 100%. I mean, that was why I selected that language, that it would expressly indicate that you don't
Would you be
require.
comfortable with significant?
No, because I believe that significant, I believe that what you're trying to do is find the language that will justify a commercial entity. So I would, to me, it has to be primarily and predominantly used by the public and recreational.
Well,
Well, we're just two people, so let's hear what the rest
I mean,
of them
let's
say.
hear what everybody else has to say.
Well, I don't like that language either. First of all, I doubt that we could find a sufficient number of public and recreational uses to fill the hours that facility could be used. So that's a kind of a mischaracterization. I think we want to make sure that the kinds of things that we have described in the past as being used by the community remain. That would be my goal. And that, I think, is consistent with any number of public-private partnerships. It's the public-private partnerships, Don, I'm sure you and others on this board get Governing Magazine and some of those other wonderful journals we get because we're commissioners. And when you read the articles, public-private partnerships are saving communities, saving their assets. And I believe we can do the same thing.
I put some words together here. I don't know if we want to get into that level of detail or not, but we need a motion and a second, and then discussion, I guess. Here's what I wrote. A motion that the township manager prepare a request for proposals to the public for a public-private partnership with the township for use of the Willows Mansion. The proposal would allow for, 1, significant public use for members of the public, and 2, as a secondary use involving a nonprofit or for-profit, educational, recreational, or scientific organization. The public recreational use would allow activities by community groups, private citizens, township bodies, and others, significant or primarily for public recreational purposes. So, I mean, I've got significant in there, I've got primary in there. I don't know whether this covers everybody's views or not.
It doesn't satisfy mine. It sounds to me like you could use that to put a catering facility in there. And you know, even part of it is that it requires a public-private partnership. And that would eliminate some of the ideas that I heard at the forum that I attended that I thought were good ideas. And I don't want to eliminate the public-private partnership, but I don't want to require it either. And your language required it. I mean, just think about this. Why are you, it's a park, and you are objecting to me asking that the park be primarily and predominantly used as a park. That's like inherently it's tough to understand why you would object to that language. And then you're objecting to me saying that the park should be primarily and predominantly used by the public.
I thought we were only discussing the mansion.
Very good, substitute mansion. I mean that. I mean the mansion, the footprint, and the immediate area surrounding it. That those are park amenities. Okay.
Here's the thing. So I'm going to just put a model out there. So if a group like the Friends of Appleford came forward, so let's just say the Friends of Willows, the Willows Mansion, came forward and organized themselves like the nonprofit, the Friends of Appleford Mansion, and made a proposal that they would like to share the space and run it and give us, give the township however many uses and have it available to township residents at a discount, just like it used to be, but it was a nonprofit running it for primarily public purposes. Is that objectionable to you?
Well, no, there's nothing that you said there is objectionable, and there's nothing in the language that I provided that would preclude them from responding to our RFP. So we hear that, and we evaluate whether that's a good idea.
See, now I disagree, because if they're running it, if they came in and ran the facility, it's a private entity running that facility.
I'm not opposed to private entities running the facility. It's just that the park, it has to have a primary park function and a primary use by the public. And I think what you're trying to do is structure this in a way to give you the flexibility to bring in a commercial entity to run the. Well, I'm sorry, Elaine, but that's what I saw with 3 proposals, and to make the public part secondary, accessory, and that's not the case. The public part has to be primary. I know there was objection to the restaurant idea, but restaurants are part of parks all throughout the land. So you can make an argument that a restaurant is a public amenity to a park, provided that it's open to the public. So I'll listen to that proposal, and maybe I won't like it because there's too much impact on the park. Part of the dilemma that we're getting is that a little lesson that we've learned is that in order to generate the amount of revenue that we think the building needs to do what many of us want it to do, that means a significant amount of intensity. And I don't think we're getting the value if we accept that level of intensity. But there's nothing in my language that would preclude an entity from responding, an entity like the one you described.
Wait, a restaurant to you is public use?
A restaurant is open, we'll have that discussion if we want it. And you can make an argument that a restaurant, just like John said, you can make an argument, wow, that would be a great recreational amenity. I'm not sure I want it, and I'm not sure I'm going to vote for it, but I don't see it as illegal based on the language that we discussed.
I don't understand that dichotomy at all.
Let me phrase it this way, Elaine, because I'm having a little trouble with it, but I want to see if I comment. So, how is your definition met with a restaurant? Just to understand it.
So this is like now it's like a law school, first-year law school, which is fine, but restaurants are part of parks all throughout the land. But they are not there to generate revenue to make the building, to restore a historical asset. They are there to be part of the park. Central Park has a restaurant. Acadia has restaurants. You go on a hike, you come to the end of the hike, and there's a beautiful restaurant, and you sit outside, and you
No, that again,
yes.
we can support that, but your language seemed to have precluded that. That's where our confusion is.
Well, I would view, if we determine that restaurant is a park use, then that makes it allowable. So that's part of the discussion. I don't want to preclude, in what I'm issuing, I don't want to preclude that as an option, and we'll entertain that. But what I want to preclude is somebody operating a commercial facility and spinning off the revenue. Using your logic, you could put a factory there, as long as the factory is spinning off enough cash to save the building.
Well, actually, Don, just to be fair, that's not our logic. I mean, we're here tonight talking about it because we wanted to lower the intensity of it.
But under the logic of some, though, Phil, because when we did this with the caterer, that was the case.
But we're beyond that now. And that's why we're here tonight, because we intentionally wanted to lower the intensity and at the same time lower the amount of money that we were expecting from it.
Good. Well, I'm glad we're beyond that.
No, if that's not clear, that's why we were here. This is what we talked about two meetings ago. So that is very clear. This is what this RFP is to look at, something low impact, nothing at all like the catering thing was, because that had to generate a lot of money in order to be able to upgrade it to a certain level that would justify itself. Now so we're looking for less impact, less money. Okay, see how that works. That would include some kind of nonprofits, as we were talking about, some of the ideas that may have been talked about at that meeting that we had from the Willows just a week ago.
Okay.
In fact, you wanted that in there, and that's what we're trying to do. So
I think
that's
the
where
language
we're at.
that I provided does that. I think that's where we should go.
So how's the language? What is the language we can agree
Primarily
on?
and predominantly recreational or park, and the users are primarily and predominantly public.
I just don't think you will not get restaurants certainly with that.
Well,
That is not a.
I don't really want a restaurant there.
Well, I'm just saying
It doesn't bother me one bit if we don't get a restaurant.
No, but they wouldn't even think.
But maybe you'll get a coffee shop, and maybe that'd be pretty good. I'll have a bagel and a coffee there, and maybe it'll be low impact.
There's an option out there that matches that. I mean, there is.
Yeah, there is, yeah. But my idea...
There is. I mean, there's one that was presented to us Wednesday night, and this is almost sending me back towards somewhat where I was in the beginning, which is if we have costs here, we either make money to cover them, or we eliminate them, if not significantly decrease them or eliminate them, right? There's a proposal out there that does that,
Yes.
that I think we should really think about. I don't think it's getting the proper attention.
In fact, that you were laughing at that, but I didn't even realize that. That was somebody presented the idea of a food truck, and that you could have that food trucks are. It's a complete shift. The food truck was where we used to get hot dogs and cold beer and dull beer. And now food trucks are it's part of the foodie movement. So there might be ways out there, there might be low impact ways to have these kinds of uses that you want. And to me, the key language is that it's primarily and predominantly recreational. In fact, we could add another one saying low impact on the park, which would also satisfy.
Completely behind you on the low impact on the park, completely. And I don't. We can weigh these proposals when they come in, and I'm not sure what we're afraid of by asking people to put forward their ideas and balancing what we get out of it and what they're offering.
Yes, well, I am afraid, okay? I am afraid that you're crafting the RFP to make your version of the park the best response.
Listen,
and that's
Don,
what I
we
wanna
all
push
have
back.
the same version of the park. Okay,
Okay.
no one here wants to commercialize our park. I know that you want to see that. It is not true.
But we
No
voted
one
twice
wants
to commercialize it. We voted twice to put a caterer in
We
there.
voted twice to keep it the way it has been operated for 30 years. So, you know, that was a status quo attempt. All right, let's,
And we have changed it. John, what I'm afraid of is that if you had as example a restaurant thinking that they could see themselves in this RFP, I don't believe that language would have supported that. I don't think a restaurant would have thought them that way. So we're trying to get to language that would have been inclusive to that degree, okay? At the same time, we're not talking about a factory. Nobody's talking about selling it. In fact, only Commissioner Booker has talked about selling it at all tonight and the last couple times.
Somebody who talked about something.
No, I'm saying you, yeah, I know.
And you know, there might be certain approvals that would be necessary, but that would address the issues.
Okay. But we're not talking about that, so we're not.
Drop restaurant out of the, let's just say food, okay? That food is, because restaurant has a connotation of, that isn't part of what we were trying to.
Okay. All right, so food is in there.
Yes, if Elaine used
How about
it.
entertainment?
But certainly, we entertain there now.
Well, then there you go.
So Elaine used an example of running the enterprise for food. And my point was that there are low-impact ways in which the park is primarily and predominantly recreational and still has food, if that's what we decide we want to do. So I just think I am troubled. I am concerned that you are preparing the RFP so that the version of it that you want looks great as the I don't mean you I mean the majority. And Phil, you weren't part of the previous votes.
No.
But
neither was Luke.
We did, yes, the board did vote on 2 occasions to bring a very large catering facility that, in my opinion, wasn't maintaining the status quo of the park. It was a significant increase in the tempo.
And people are we were recognizing that. We're stepping back from that in this iteration. And that's what I hope you're hearing, because that's what we're trying to do. So I just, at least from my perspective and what I'm hearing from everyone else, they're not trying to recreate that situation. We've already tried that. And that's not where they're going. We're talking about something much less more scale back on that. If you want to add the words entertainment and food into your description, I think that starts to become inclusive enough that people could see it. And I'd be for it. I think there's no reason not to be at this point.
well, what do we have here that we're talking about? So far, we have Jim's proposal, which, did you even make a motion? Did you make a motion?
I think Don's proposal.
No, I didn't make a motion.
You
I
didn't
just
make a motion.
read.
Well, you did say motion. You did say motion.
Can we craft the two together, Don?
Mr. Chairman, if I
Yes.
may,
Yes.
I would suggest that the board continue this discussion at your next meeting. Based on my experience of writing RFPs.
We're not going to write it tonight.
No, we're not writing it.
Okay, I was just going to
No,
say,
there's no way
because
that's
I'm not sure what we're even looking for right now.
I guess
So I
don't
would
know
say
why-
we would continue this.
Why you'd want to object to the language that the proposers use the park primarily and predominantly for recreation or park, and that the users are primarily and predominantly public. And then if your idea comes, I mean, first of all, it's non-binding. If your idea comes in and you interpret it that it's public, you can interpret it that way. But to me, we have to make it clear in the RFP that we are not the secondary. We're not inverting the paradigm where somebody gets to be the primary user and we become the secondary user.
Because that will preclude people, private organizations, nonprofits who have another use that's not primarily open to the public all the time. Let's say the Wayne Arts Center wanted to move in. Great, in my opinion, that would be a great partner. It's not a public use, it's a private organization. So that language saying primarily and predominantly public
But using your logic,
precludes them.
then Little League can't use our fields. Like, if I went out onto the Little League field and said, this is Radnor Township, I own it, I can be here during a game, the police would take me away in handcuffs. So we are allowed to take our asset and assign it, okay? And so all I want to do is make clear that it's primarily and predominantly a park, and the users are primarily and predominantly public. And it doesn't, I don't see why that's objectionable to you. I know you're frustrated. I know it's a two-way street.
I'm totally
You're frustrated as
because
to why I'm sticking to it. But I'm sticking to it because there has been precedent. There has been precedent where you did not on 2 occasions, and when I say you, I mean Radnor Township. Radnor Township voted twice to allow the facility to not be primarily and predominantly recreational, and to allow it to be not primarily and predominantly public. Now, that's debatable, I understand, but I saw that as a violation. I saw the township's previous actions as a violation of those 2 provisions. And that's why I'm insistent.
Well,
that
and
we
I
stick
guess
to the
the problem here is I just don't understand your delineation between why a catering operation would not be primarily public, but a restaurant would. And it just doesn't make any sense to me.
Because restaurant can be coffee shop, and it can be accessory, and it can be secondary, and it can be supportive of the public. If the restaurant became the whole park, then it would stop being an accessory, it would stop being part of the park, and it would become an entity in and of itself.
Again, we're not talking about the park, Don. We're talking about the mansion. You keep saying park. No one argues about maintaining that park open and free to public use at all. Now, right now, we control the picnic area. Is that wrong? Should anybody be able to just go up? We have the same thing, Fenimore. We have a picnic shelter.
Can we have a motion? Let's have a motion. I agree with Don's motion
so
predominantly.
I'll make a motion, then we'll vote on it, and we'll go from there. So,
is there a difference between predominantly and primarily? I don't want to split hairs.
yes, I do believe there's a difference.
Is one of those
kind
okay?
No,
Primarily?
it has to be both, because what I don't want is let's use the logic that I'm the opposite of this on our potential mixed use for PLO. It has to be primarily PLO, but I'm willing to say 51%. And what I'm trying, let me finish, please. What I'm trying to guard against is something that's 51% park and 49% not park. I don't want any part of that. And I'm not going to try to define where the demarcation is, but it has to be clear that it's a public asset and the primary and predominant use is public and recreational.
So would you object to another clause saying, because I'm just really struggling with what your definition of public use is, a clause saying that public use is that the public is invited? I mean, that the public is invited to use it.
Can I point out that you have 3 minutes under your 11 o'clock
just saw that.
policy? Unless you extend it?
I'd like to extend it for another 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and I'll accept the motion on that. To which point
I move that we
will
extend it 15 minutes.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, all those in favor? All right. Any opposed? Thank you. All right, motion passes 6-1. All right, we're good for another 15 minutes, till 11:15.
Well, we're not going to solve this tonight, so.
But Don, just so you know, I mean, in my opinion right now, I think we're on the same page, but there is a semantic difference, and I respect your guardedness from past histories of things that have happened, and I don't share that because I wasn't part of it. So, but I respect that you're there. Let's take some time to step back and do it. I think even if we made a motion right now, Bob still couldn't make an RFP out of it. Okay, all right. So we're not there. But you know what? It's a significant discussion, and that's a good thing. And this is the first time perhaps we're having this discussion on this level. I would like to make a motion. So if we're okay with that, I mean, I'd like to.
No action tonight.
No
I'm okay
action
with
tonight. No action tonight. And you know what? Let's take some time to listen again to each
In
other.
fairness, though, we do need to, I think we need to communicate something to St. David's.
Yeah,
Nursery
I
School.
agree. I agree. You have to.
So, I mean, what I think we can communicate to them is that I don't see us making a decision on this until mid-fall at the earliest. I know that
Well-
frustrates them very much, but their schedule is not compatible with our schedule, and
I would say you're close. I'd say it's certainly not July. It might be September.
okay, and that's in the window of reasonable September, and still far outside of their schedule, which, as I understand it, they need a decision by next month.
So what are you saying specifically? Are we directing the solicitor to respond to them? Right, what are we directing anybody to do anything? What are you saying?
I mean, if you want to get to a consensus or make a motion to notify, it can be Bob or it can be me, doesn't.
Yeah, so before we make a motion, is that the consensus? That we're not going to take action on the St. David's Nursery School proposal until September at the earliest? And Jim, you put September out.
I think stating it a little differently, we cannot make their requested deadline of July. Now, when it will happen, I don't know. It's not going to happen August 15th. It may not take as long as mid-fall, which was November 1st. It may happen somewhere earlier. So I would just say we can't meet their deadline of July. Let it go at that.
And quite frankly, I don't even know if we need a motion. You know, you're here tonight. You can see this. You can see that we are not going to meet your deadline request of July. Okay, I recall that we got a letter saying that a decision had to be made by, and showed a construction schedule starting, or a schedule starting in July or June even, such that you could meet your deadline.
There is a construction table, but perhaps I can
Okay, is that fair? Okay, good, good. I'd also like to
There's
make a
no
motion.
staff action, as I said.
Since it's been brought up, and in specific terms, I'd also like to make a motion that we authorize John Rice to check into the legislative history or impact of the deed, and just to get clear reference of under what circumstances the deed was made, what that does allow or not allow us to do. I think as a practical matter, it doesn't matter. I mean, we're going to act the way we're talking about, and that regardless, in other words, we're going to act within a public manner in as much as what it is, but we should know exactly what the conditions were. So the motion is for authorize John Rice to check into the impact of the legal deeds and
I don't think that's necessary. I think John has already explained it, and we have a good sense of it.
I think there's two issues. I've sent you memos in the past. I'm not going to spend a substantial amount of time on this. You have eminent domain code, which I understand how that's confusing, and people may think that happened. That didn't happen. I will put that in the letter and explain that in more detail. You have the Deeded and Donated Property Act, which is implicated by the deed and the ordinance, which was passed by the Board of Commissioners back in the early 70s. So that's got to be addressed. You have Project 70, which I don't think there was any Project 70 funds used for the mansion. It was for Skunk Hollow. So, and then the deed itself. What does it say? Is there any other restrictions in the chain of title? So I have all that information. I have the Cressa report, which has some other information involving that property and how it was acquired. So just to clear up things that get put out there that aren't accurate, and to give you some guidelines. And quite frankly, the Deeded and Donated Act is, you know, there's a procedure in there to modify restrictions, and there's a lot of circumstances that aren't addressed by that act that you've been talking about. So I'll lay that out for the board in an opinion letter and prior to your next meeting.
Okay, do we need a motion to?
You should authorize me to do that, yes.
Yes. So the motion is authorize John to do that.
I'll second it.
So Don seconds. Public discussion for the board. Discussion for the public. Okay, I'll take the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes. Any nays? Okay, 6-1 passes. Thank you. Thank you. All right. All right. The next is Parks and Recreation.
Tammy, you sat here all night and listened, or do you have anything you'd like to report? And I'd also like an update on the bridge at the Willows, if you could.
Okay, well, I'll let Steve take that part, but what I can say about recreation and the Willows, of course, is that we have the upcoming Great American Backyard Campout on June 25th. And we currently have registration open. So if you go to the website under events, you can click on for online registration that we have. And we're taking an unlimited amount of campers this summer for the event. So we expect to fill the entire field with tents for the Great American Backyard Campout, which we work very closely with the Boy Scouts to deliver. So we're excited about that. And then, of course, summer camp registration is wide open with a number of 1-week specialty camps as well as the Radnor Day Camp, which is quickly selling out. So feel free to check out the website or call us for more information. Thank you.
As far as the Willows Bridge, so through the use of the bonding company, we had to vacate the previous contractor. We brought another contractor in. That work, the bridge is substantially complete. It was open to traffic on Friday. There's some punch list work to be done. And we just ask residents, I know it's been a long time, but please use the entrance to the Willows, the actual entrance. So I was there today and there were still folks coming in the other way. And there's 2 very large signs that say do not enter. Please obey them.
Took a ride over there, Steve. It was very nice. It was nice to drive over that. Thank you.
Steve,
Congratulations on getting it done.
Did I hear you say we defaulted the contractor?
Yes, we had the contractor vacate the site and we brought another contractor in.
When did all that happen?
Last fall.
Oh, okay.
Actually, we defaulted them, put the bonding company on notice. The bonding company told us not to pay them any more money. So that was cut off. And we've been in touch with Steve, the bonding company, over the past probably 3, 4, 5 months, Jim, and there was enough money there to finish this, and I believe there's going to be money left over. Is that right? Small amount of money?
There will be money that I guess that can be paid, yes, back to the bonding company or the old contractor,
Okay.
which however it works.
This particular contractor, we found out, had a lot of problems like this going on. It wasn't just Radnor, there were several other construction jobs.
Yeah.
So, and the bonding company was involved in all of them. They were
Okay.
on our side on this.
Thank you.
Library?
No report.
Okay. John, Public Health?
For those of you who didn't watch the meeting, I'd advise go back and watch the last meeting. There was an excellent presentation about narcotics and opioids, and we actually are going to try to film that so it'll be YouTubed also as a separate presentation. Andy Block and one of the the Board of Health members did the presentation, and what it really showed is how significant this problem is, and no, Radnor's not immune to it.
I'll second that. It was a great presentation, and I look forward to it being up on YouTube for residents to be able to view it at their pleasure, at their leisure. Next is old business. There's no old business, I don't think. All right, new business?
Yes, we have the resolution we spoke about earlier. Jim, do you want to use your version or for the Wear Orange?
If you have a version, you go ahead with it.
Well, here, I'll start with this, and if everyone agrees with it, we'll go with it. If not, we will pare it down. Okay, here we go. Hold on, sorry. All right. Whereas the Board of Commissioners takes note of the widespread occurrence of gun violence in the United States, and whereas a national organization, wearorange.org seeks to have citizens and government bodies draw attention to the problem by wearing orange on June 2nd, 2016. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Radnor Township endorses the June 2nd Wear Orange movement and encourages its citizens to wear orange on June 2nd as a reminder to all to work to prevent gun violence.
Second.
Discussion on the board?
Yeah, so this, I'm sure this is earnest, and it's probably honorable. Whether it's advisable is to be determined. I've got a couple issues. One, it's 11:10. You know, if you want this kind of, and this is, if you want this kind of thing, bring it to us. This is another example of, if you want us to support something, bring it to us. Because I mean, we went through this before, and I made it, and I voted the way, you know, and it took us a long time. So I'm open. I just don't like being put on the spot at 11:09. I don't have the faintest idea about wearorange.org. They might be a great organization, they might not be, but I don't see myself supporting it with no notice. I also remain troubled that this isn't, maybe this is a Radnor issue. Make that case to us. But just bringing in state issues or national issues at 11:10, to me, that's a mistake. I don't know where it's going to end. I don't know what issue is off limits if at 11:10 tonight we take this issue. Best not to do this, or best to do it with giving us the information we need to make a decision, as I see it.
I think you're right on most of those points, Don. This is our last meeting in May, and I think we're going to be skipping, we're skipping a meeting 2 weeks from now. So Diane Edbrell only got involved in this, as I understand it, in the last couple of weeks, so she didn't have much time. The organization just stands for getting people to think about gun violence, and maybe we ought to start doing some things about it. They might be consistent with gun owners' positions. They might be consistent with gun control interests. Either way, but the wording I think you've got is relatively innocuous. But I take your point that it is late. It's a shame that we're doing this at 11:10.
We could do this we can do this in January, and it will be, or excuse me, in June, and it will be equally supportive as if we do it tonight. So.
Did you say this is a gun control group that is intending to curtail Second Amendment rights? That's what I just heard.
Yeah, Diane Edbrell, I'll talk fast. I'm from New York. I apologize for the lateness of bringing this to you. I actually just only learned about it very recently, and I came here tonight because tonight is the only meeting before June 2nd, which is the Day of Recognition, and it really takes no the wearorange.org organization has no other agenda than to help raise awareness about the issue of gun violence in the United States. And, I think regardless of how you feel about the Second Amendment or gun ownership or whatever it is, I think, everyone can agree that the United States experiences high levels of gun violence and that it's probably a good thing to draw attention to it. It's a national movement. Its partner organizations are organizations that have been around and are very credible for many years. I get that it's the 11th hour. I brought it here as soon as I could. I apologize that I didn't communicate with the board members via email, prior to tonight's meeting. That is my shortcoming. But I think that this is an important issue, and I don't think that this is really controversial. This isn't really promoting any other thing other than to say we should be aware, and people who care about this issue should wear orange in solidarity with that effort. That's all.
Diane, I didn't mean to imply that somehow there was like a moral failure on your part for not bringing it to me. It's just that I'm open to, if this is a good idea, I'm just not open to it without adequate information or adequate opportunity to prepare myself.
Okay.
Thank you.
information is out there. I did what I could, and
It's
I
been
understand
moved
that-
and seconded, and we've had discussion, so I'll call the question. All those in favor of that motion, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
No public
No, we did.
comment on it?
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought we had public
Who's the
comment.
public that spoke on this?
Diane,
She's the one that brought the issue to you. You were discussing it.
right? Did you want to say something about it?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
There's an election in 5 months. This issue will be solved. This is putting the cart before the horse, in a sense. And let's be honest about this. Jim and Diane are interested in gun control. I had a 30-year law enforcement career, and the fellows I work with exposed themselves to guns, but they were not in favor of gun control. They were in favor of the Second Amendment. I don't know what it is. I've been retired for 24 years, so things have changed with the young people. But it seems like the people who are in favor of gun control are the same people who want to see everybody get released from prison or not be arrested. Or if you notice, in New York, they were having 2,000 murders. And then Giuliani got in there and they stop and frisk and so forth, enforcing the law. He brought it down to 250. The laws are not being enforced, the gun laws that already exist. And the same people who want to stop honest people or legitimate people from having a firearm are the same people who protect the people who are carrying guns that are they don't have a license to carry. The police department are picking up guns all over the place from people who shouldn't have them. But these people are not getting the 5 years they're supposed to get to go to prison. If the laws were enforced, we wouldn't have a problem. There's not a problem here in Radnor.
The best way to stop gun violence is to have more people carrying guns, actually.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, John. Is there any public participation? Thank you. I'll take a move for adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.